Olimpiady Specjalne jest to organizacja, której celem jest wspomaganie rozwoju osób z niepełnosprawnością intelektualną poprzez zapewnienie im udziału w treningach i współzawodnictwie sportowym. Drugim równie ważnym celem jest zwiększenie świadomości społecznej poprzez szerzenie wiedzy na temat możliwości osób z tą formą niepełnosprawności. Olimpiady Specjalne zostały stworzone w przekonaniu, że osoby z niepełnosprawnością intelektualną potrafią przy odpowiedniej zachęcie i instrukcji trenować, cieszyć się i czerpać korzyści z uczestnictwa w sportach indywidualnych i zespołowych dostosowanych, jeśli to niezbędne do ich potrzeb i możliwości. Mottem każdego zawodnika Olimpiad Specjalnych są słowa przysięgi olimpijskiej wypowiadane w trakcie ceremonii otwarcia zawodów sportowych. Pragnę zwyciężyć, lecz jeśli nie będę mógł zwyciężyć, niech będę dzielny w swoim wysiłku. Powstał Ogólnopolski Komitet Olimpiad Specjalnych przy Związku Głównym Towarzystw Przyjaciół Dzieci. W tym samym roku ten komitet otrzymał akredytację przy Special Olympics International. W 1990 roku założono Stowarzyszenie Sportowe dla osób upośledzonych umysłowo Olimpiady Specjalne Polska. W 2010 roku w Warszawie zostały zorganizowane Europejskie Letnie Igrzyska Olimpiad Specjalnych. Szanowni Państwo, zaczynamy ceremonię wręczenia upominków dla zawodników Olimpiad Specjalnych. Ladies and gentlemen, we will starting the medal ceremony of the Special Olympic Games. Of course, this is the prize giving ceremony of Special Olympic Games. Puchar Świata w kajakarstwie Poznan, Malta 2025. ICF Canoe Sprint World Cup Poznan 2025. It is the special Olympic Games ceremony and medale wręczać będą. The medals will be awarded, the gifts will be awarded by Róża Banasik-Zarańska, Special Olympic Sports Advisor, Mirosław Krogulec, Special Olympics Europe and Eurasia Vice President, Piotr Rogalski, Special Olympics POL and Sport Coordinator, Jolanta Rzepka, Secretary of Polish Canoe Association, Ireneusz Bracharczyk, Director of Canoe World Cup Poznan 2025, and Vereza Stalder-Elsker, Special Olympic Coach of German Federation. Szanowni Państwo, pragnę zwyciężyć, lecz jeśli nie będę mógł zwyciężyć, niech będę dzielny w swym wysiłku. Let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave in the anthems. Oto jest specjalne motto olimpiad specjalnych, a tak naprawdę tutaj w tym wypadku nie ma zwycięzców pojedynczych. Oni są wszyscy po prostu zwycięzcami i dla nich wielkie, wielkie brawa! Is not only one winner. They all of this participant winner in this team. So mamy reprezentantów z Grecji, Vorgiazis, Gorgios, Cevas, Georgis, Cevas i Konstantinos Sketsos, Alan Szymański, Nikolas Cigantes, Malamentos Konstantinos, Nikolas Cigantes i Malamentos Konstantinos. To reprezentanci Grecji. Wielkie, wielkie brawa. Congratulations for the Greece. Next special Olympic country, it will be Lithuania. Kolejnym państwem i zawodnikami z kolejnego państwa będą reprezentanci Litwy. Ruta Pazerackaite, Egidia Palaustaite. Kolejnym państwem, które chcielibyśmy wyróżnić, będą to reprezentanci Belgii. Lander de Klerk, Tom Klaes, Maxime Kulemans, Ingrid van Dijk, kolejnymi wspaniałymi sportowcami. The next group of the Special Olympics champions is the team of Germany. Sofia Felbock, Heiko Wohlert, Björn Hios, Jan Eichler, Heiko Polak. Max Grumbach, Axel Heger and Heiko Wohlert.
medalist Polish Federation w osobach Mateusz Frycze,
Race number 92, C1 men 200 meters, B final. Five minutes to start, 5 minutes to start. In lane 1, Egypt. In lane 2, Japan. In lane 3, Poland. In lane 4, Canada. In lane 5, United States. In lane 6, Slovakia. In lane 7, Taipei. In lane 8, Taipei. In lane 7, Taipei. In lane 8, Taipei. In lane 9, Mexico.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching around the world. This, folks, is Poznan in Poland. And this is where we're bringing you day 2 action from the 2nd International Canoe Federation Canoe Sprint and Paracanowe World Cup. Beautiful city. Just absolutely stunning place to visit in the heart of Poland. And here is the course that we are competing on and where we're going to be bringing you some B finals, some exciting racing over the next couple of hours. My name is Ross Solly. It is great to be with you on this Friday afternoon, local time here in Poznan, wherever you're watching around the world. I hope you've settled in, strapped yourself in, got yourself something comfortable to wear, something comfortable to drink, and something comfortable to eat, because it's going to be action-packed for the next little bit. Joining me in the commentary, 3-time Australian Olympian Elise Wood. And Elise, the breeze has picked up a little bit. This is going to make things maybe a little bit challenging this afternoon, but I'm looking forward to some great racing.
As am I, Ross. Thank you. It's good to be here again for another, like you said, action-packed afternoon of finals. Some very fast racing on the cards here, and really looking forward to seeing how some people back up from last weekend. And we've also got a few crews here that weren't at World Cup 1 last weekend as well, so excited to see where they're at. But I think classic Poznan conditions are presenting themselves this afternoon. There we go, 13 degrees, a little bit chilly for us Aussies out there, 20 degrees in the water, a little bit of wind and a side wind though, which is probably the most important thing to note. So not huge winds, but when it's a side wind, it can throw up a little bit of bump and a little bit of chop, particularly in that last 100 meters here in Poznan. So a little bit to deal with for the paddlers, but they're all world class, and I'm sure they'll put their best foot forward, or their best paddle forward in these finals coming up.
Yes, indeed. Gee, I remember a couple of years ago, at least I don't know if you were paddling there at the time, when the waves were so big out there on the course that from the commentary box we couldn't actually see half the paddlers because they were hidden behind the waves. It's not like that today though. We've got the C1 men's 200B final up first, and the world's best time is held by Vadim Korobov from Lithuania. Of course, this is no longer an Olympic event, but nonetheless there's a pretty impressive lineup of paddlers. Here we have the start list for the men's B final. In lane 1, the Egyptian Mohamed Gouda. Lane 2 from Japan, Masafo Hashimoto. In lane 3, the Polish paddler Peter Kojawa. Zachary Kralik from Canada will go in lane 4. Next to him, Kenneth Kasperbauer from the United States. Peter Kizak from Slovakia in lane 6. Sun Cheng from Taipei in lane 7. Chang Sen Wen from Taipei in lane 8. And Emiliano Lopez from Mexico in the outside lane, lane 9. Keep your eye on Kizek from Slovakia in lane 6.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a race in the middle 3 lanes as we just hold the start there. And they're often racing. Like I said, I think the middle 3 lanes are going to be where the money is at. Lane 4, 5, and 6, Canada, US, and Slovakia. I think the better start there has gone to Kenneth Kaskabauer there from the USA. He's in the white boat and he has absolutely shot out of the gates. He's about a quarter of a boat length in front of lane 4 there. That's the Canadian Zachary Rallick from Canada. He's pushing up now, maybe alongside of the US athlete, but it is a battle of the Americas, and we like to see that ahead of the LA Olympics in 2028. But it is still Kenneth Kaskabauer from the USA leading it through with a few meters to go. He's starting to tighten up though, and they're lunged to the line. Wow, I'm not really sure who got that one, Ross, but I think third place was the Japanese paddler Hashimoto there over in lane 2. I think I can comfortably say that, but the first place there, I'm not quite sure. A bit of a wobble there from our US athlete, and he's sucking in the big breaths, looking at the scoreboard, hoping to see his name come up on top. What did you see, Ross?
Well, the camera's given it to Kenneth Kasparbauer. I'm not as confident. It was very, very close between Kasparbauer and Krilik. I think with 20 meters to go, Kasparbauer had the race in the palm of his hand, but Krilik's really flown over the last 10 or so meters, and just maybe it's very close. It's a bob of the boat, I think. The surprise there was Peter Kesek. Look at that. He's just out for a stroll there by the look of things. Didn't really put his best foot forward at all. Kasparbauer, though, led for the entire race. Did he hold on? Let's have a look. Yes, he did. He did, yes. Not by much. Yeah, well called, Elise. He just held on by a coat of varnish or 2. So congratulations for Kenneth Kasparbauer to take this B final ahead of Zachary Krilik. And yes, I think you're right. It was the Japanese paddler Masato Hashimoto who will take third place in this B final. So a good building platform for Kenneth Kasparbauer. As you said, he would very much have his sights on LA in 2028 and just building up to get that race experience, and hopefully by the time LA comes around, he'll be up there competing for A finals and racing for gold in front of his home crowd in Los Angeles. So well done, Kenneth Kasparbauer. So our next race, I think, is the men's K1 200 B final. And they're all gathering behind the start there. We have in lane 1 the Pole, Mikolaj Wojciech. In lane 2 from Singapore, Aiden Lur. In lane 3 from China, Kongkang Wang. In lane 4 from Ukraine, Valery Harap. In lane 5 from Slovenia, Roch Schmidt. In lane 6 from Venezuela, Daniel Roman. In lane 7 from Argentina, Mauricio Acuna. In lane 8 from China, Lage Lin. And in lane 9 from Singapore, Braden Wei Cheng Wu.
I think this is going to be another tight race. We saw in the C1 there, it's 0.03 between first and second, and that's what we get in the 200s. Blink and you'll miss it, and it often comes down to, like you said, a coat of varnish, and I like that saying. I think I might use that a little bit more through this afternoon. I'm sure we'll see a few coats of varnishes come unstuck here through the afternoon. So yeah, this 200-meter B final, I'm sure it will be no different. I think, again, I think the race will be in lane 4 and 5. The Ukrainian and the Slovenian, they both just missed out on the A final, which will be held in about an hour's time. So a little bit of disappointment for them, and I'm sure for a few of the other guys to just miss out on that A final. Everyone wants to be here and to be racing for the medals, but nonetheless, we're racing for 10th down in this B final, and you certainly can't be upset with a 10th place at a World Cup. So there's still a lot on the line here, and especially some really good race practice ahead of the World Championships, and for some of these guys as well, the European Championships later on in the year.
Indeed, the caller is getting them into line now. And so the very colourful boat in the middle of the field belongs to Rok Schmidt from Slovenia. You'll be able to spot him pretty easily. Right next to him, Daniel Roman from Venezuela. Good to see a Venezuelan up there in this B final. And on the other side, Valery Harap from Ukraine. They're the athletes that will be keeping a very close eye. And of course, you never discount the Chinese. Kongkang Wang in lane 3 as we are underway. Very even start. Rok Schmidt did get a very good start. He's flown out of the starting blocks, as has the Ukrainian Valery Harap. And down here closest to the camera is the Singaporean paddler U. But look across there, it is the Ukrainian Harap, who's gone out really fast and has an early advantage just over Schmidt. So it's Harap from Ukraine in lane number 4. Who's going to chase him down? Is it going to be Schmidt? Schmidt's now digging deep, trying to make a bit of ground up on the Ukrainian. Has he gone too hard, too early? The Ukrainian trying to hang on. Look at the Chinese paddler coming through as well. But it is Ukraine ahead of Slovenia and China. They are your 1, 2, and 3. Harap ahead of Schmidt and I think Wang flying home to get the 3rd position in this B final, but a very, very impressive front-running performance from Valery Harap, shaking off the rest of the field very early on, and then when everybody else was trying to come at him at the end, he had too much power left over the closing stages and has taken that B final. I think at least from Rok Schmidt and maybe from Slovenia and Kongkang Wang from China, possibly with the 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. And Harap really had it wrapped up from the first couple of strokes there. He shot out of the gates and got some really, really good boat speed running and was able to hold on to that through the end. Like you said, Rok Schmidt was really coming hard at him, but I think he left his run a little bit too late. So the Ukrainian, they're putting together a very, very nice race at this World Cup number 2 in Poland. They weren't there. They weren't at the World Cup last weekend, so he'll be happy with that as a bit of an international season opener for him as we head through the year and through some pretty big races. I think he'll go home now and he'll, look at his results, and there we go, the confirmation of results as I start talking about them. So Ukraine in first, 36.4, a nice time there, 0.43 behind Rok Schmidt from Slovenia, and Chinese paddler Wang in 3rd position in today's K1 men's 200 meter B final. So not as close as the racing that we saw in the C1 men 200, but still very exciting nonetheless as we start to reset now. And I think we might have the 1,000 meter K1 women's B final up next. So we might be heading right down the other end of the course for a bit of a longer, slower event.
Yes, we have to move the starting buckets all the way back to the top of the course. This is, of course, it's 2 mile, I think, this entire course, because they have a lot of rowing events here as well, don't they, Elise? And I know they've had a few rowing world championships here. And the rowers, of course, they need that 2 mile course. For us in canoe and kayak, 1,000 meters is fine, but they do need a 2 mile course, and this is 2 miles of straight water here in Poznan. I've never been to a rowing world championships here, but I would imagine it'll be an exciting event. This is a very popular venue for a lot of water sports. So there is your lineup for the K1 Women's 1,000 meter B final. Julia Kryjewski from Poland in lane 1. Pernille Knudsen from Denmark in lane 2. Hilal Avci from Turkey will go in lane 3. Zoe Clark from Great Britain will go in lane number 4. Jasmine Raywood from Australia is lining up to go in lane 5. Kitty Parapa from the Netherlands in lane 6. Veronika Majeska from Poland in lane 7. Then Elizabeth Klavina from Latvia in lane 8. And from the ICF, from the refugee team, Saman Soltani in lane number 9.
And this race here, Ross, obviously the B final, but still a lot on the line. I think my money might be on Zoe Clark from Great Britain. Obviously, my heart wants to go to Jazzy Raywood from Australia. Those of you who can't tell, I've got a very Aussie accent and was an Australian paddler for a long time. But Zoe Clark just missed out on the A final through the semi-finals. I think maybe by only about 0.3 of a second. So when you're stretching out over 1,000 meters, that is a very, very tight finish. So she'll be a bit disappointed with that, I'm sure, but nonetheless looking to make a bit of a better race here today for this B final as they start to just come into the start gates. You want to just make sure you're steadying your breathing, you know, your boat's straight, your boat's not swinging side to side, so you're able to get a very nice start. You might shuffle your bum around on the seat as well to just get comfortable, because it is a long time to be racing. It'll be about 4 minutes, maybe just over 4 minutes of racing for these girls. So certainly not as quick as the 36 seconds we just saw from the K1 men's 200, and a very, very differently paced races. They're often racing now, and I think it is Zoe Clark in the black boat in lane 4. She's had the better of the start throughout the whole field there. Jazzy Raywood on her right-hand side. She's maybe just been dropped a little bit, but don't count her out. She's an Iron Woman from Australia, so loves the long stuff and loves to hurt herself, that's for sure. I think also maybe in lane 6 there, Kitty from the Netherlands. The Dutch athletes, the Dutch girls are having a very good weekend and a very good couple of years at the moment. I think her 2 teammates just made the K1 women's A final in the 500 meter, and we're at the Olympics last year. So success breeds success, Ross. And when you've got some really, really good teammates coming up through the ranks, it's hard not to better yourself as well.
Indeed. Have a look at Kitty Prepper from the Netherlands out there in front by maybe a boat length from Zoe Clark at this stage from Great Britain. Jazzy Raywood really testing my co-commentator's patience today, because Elise Wood did say earlier on that she finds it very, very disturbing that the Australians are wearing different colours every time they go out in the water. And I think Jazzy Raywood is wearing her 3rd different colour combination in 3 days, just to really get up Elise Wood's nose. But anyway, that's something that they can take up in private. There you go. You can see her. She's got the yellow singlet on today. But they're all chasing Kitty Prapper at the moment from the Netherlands. As Elise said, her 2 teammates this morning both qualified for the women's K1 500 gold medal race, and in some style. So the Netherlands having a little bit of it's a Dutch renaissance, if I can be so bold as to get a little bit artistic here on a place where you don't normally expect that in the commentary of a B final of the women's K1 1000. So at the moment, it is Kitty Prapper in front, Zoe Clark from Team GB sitting in 2nd place, Jasmine Raywood from Australia in 3rd. And at this stage, at least, they've cleared out from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's definitely a race in 3 at the moment. And like you said, Kitty Prapper there from the Netherlands. She maybe didn't have the best start out of the whole lot, but she's really settled into her work nicely there. And you can see she's just got a really even, balanced stroke as we come through, maybe with about 400 meters to go now. So as you're kind of coming through that part of the race, you want to be really making sure you're sucking in the big breaths. You know you're going to have to kick very soon. Maybe your kick will come at 250, maybe it'll come at 200 meters to go, or maybe it won't come at all. Maybe you've spent too many bickies at the start of the race. But she does look very, very in control of her stroke, working her legs nicely, working her rotation nicely. But certainly don't count out Zoe Clark at the moment from GB. She has a very good finish on her. I think in that semi-final she did start to come up on the rest, so she'll be looking to start to eye off where she's going to put her finish on. And it does look like she started to pick up now, as I say, that in that black boat. So she's going to go through these boys there in 1st position with about a 1/4 of a boat length on the Dutch paddler there, and then Jazzy Raywood from Australia still in 3rd place.
So it is Zoe Clark. She has made a very big move here, going through the 750 meter mark. Kitty, we're calling her Kitty Prapper, but I see on the side of her boat it's Kitty Schiffhorst. We'll go with that. Can't go with her, so it is Zoe Clark who's flexed the muscles and moved into an outright lead. Kitty Schiffhorst cannot go with her. Jasmine Raywood looks content to be finishing in 3rd position, but Zoe Clark, as you said, Elise, she's got a really strong finish and just biding her time, waiting for the moment to pounce. And she chose the 750 meter mark, and it was a very decisive move. She goes down to win that B final. Good for her confidence, and good for the confidence generally of Team GB, who, as we've said many, many times, had such a disappointing Paris Olympic campaign, and now to go out and win that, she'd be pretty happy. She looks pretty tired, as you would do after a 1,000-meter race, but pretty content that she has finished 10th in the women's K1 1000. Good race. Well done to Kitty Schiffhorst. We haven't seen a lot of her paddle, so good to see her go out, paddle a brave race. And Jasmine Raywood there, pretty well sat third for most of the race. A very consistent paddle for the Australian, who I think is, just looking at the ages, probably the youngest paddler in the field. Still just 19 years of age, I think, maybe even 18. Elise, I don't know if you know that off the top of your head, but she certainly hasn't turned 20 yet, so still a teenager.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a former junior world champion in this event as well a few years ago, so knows how to race this race, and still very young, so still a lot of learning to do in her first World Cup circuit on the senior level for her. But you can take nothing away from Zoe Clark. That finish was impeccable. It's almost like she put a gap on with about 3 strokes, and that's what really good 1,000-meter paddlers do. They're able to just create that turn of speed and really put a gap, or maybe catch up to the rest of the field in a few strokes. It's all about really being able to put that power down and time your race to perfection. So there we go, confirmation of the results. Zoe Clark 4:05.36. Kitty Schiffhorst 2.54 seconds behind that, and Jazzy Raywood from Australia in third position, with Pernille there from Denmark in 4th. So a very, very good race, Ross, to set the scene for this 1,000-meter A final, which will come up in about an hour's time, and I'm very excited for that. There's some hot or very good paddlers. Isn't there hot paddlers? Yeah, they're on fire at the moment, I would say.
You can say that. I can't say that, but you can say that. That's okay.
But that's going to be a really good race, and I'm really looking forward to that in, I think about an hour's time.
Now, we should mention, Elise, this year for this Olympic campaign, there's a new ranking system which we've introduced here for the athletes, which will help towards qualifications, etc., lane draws, all this sort of stuff, and you get ranking points, and they extend to B finals. So there is something on the line for the B finals, because those ranking points could prove very valuable. Are you up to speed with how they work exactly? If I pass the baton to you to explain it, are you able to do so?
I'm
happy to have a crack, but I think yes, good, thank you.
I've had a brief read of it, but I'm excited to see some rankings come out after these first 2 World Cups, because I think then we'll be able to do a lot of learning about it, that's for sure. But, I think it's great to see this new ranking system come in. There wasn't really a system like that while I was paddling. I retired last year, and so it gives paddlers the opportunity to obviously do more races. It gives them something, or it entices them to do B finals, and to push themselves in those B finals as well, and to do more events on the program. And I think that's what it's all about, to just get out there and have a crack. I was always someone that liked to put my hand up for as many races as I can, and as many competitions as I can. So I think that's really encouraging that. And right around the world, around all of our continents, hopefully we see more participation at the higher levels, but also the lower levels as well. So here we go, the C1 men 500-meter B final coming up.
And I was wondering why Peter Kizek maybe didn't look like he was going very hard in the 200, which was not very long ago. There he is in the B final of the 500. So maybe he's prioritized this race over the 200. But in lane 1, we have Nowaki from Poland. Lane 2, Yoshida from Japan. Lane 3, we have Gao from China. Lane 4, we have Kizek from Slovakia. Lane 5, Katetsky from Poland. Lane 6, Leonard from France. Lane 7, Lambert from Great Britain. Lane 8, Hecker from Germany. And in the outside lane, representing Japan, Nagunama in lane number 9. So some big named experienced paddlers in here. Hecker from Germany, of course. Locke Leonard from France, both seasoned campaigners. And then you have the Julius Katetsky from Poland and Peter Kizek from Slovakia. And of course the Chinese Gao will also be up there. But this will be interesting. I'm expecting to see Loch Leonard. He only just missed the A final by the smallest of margins, so that would have disappointed him, I'm sure, and he'll be pretty determined to come out and put a brave show on for the B final. And there's Peter Kizek. He's already had one race this morning, the 200, the B final, where he didn't really paddle very hard at all, so he's certainly still fresh, at least going into this B final of the men's C1 500.
And obviously just opting to play it a little bit smart. He obviously wants to be able to post a really good time in this C1 500 metre B final. So it's quite hard to back up within maybe half an hour of each other. So just playing it a little bit smart there, but they're often racing now. It looks like he could throw a blanket over the field. Maybe the Chinese paddler Gao has had the better of the start, but as we push through the 100 meters there, it is lane 5. Our Polish paddler, the home paddler, wants to put on a show for everyone in the grandstands, and wouldn't you ever, you know, when you're in front of a home crowd, you want to be able to show them what you're made of. And whether it's a B final, an A final, a heat, a semi, it doesn't matter. You want to make sure you're coming across that line with the win, because everyone loves to see a home favourite come across the line first. But it is Loic Leonard there from France. He's just pushing towards the front, maybe half a nose in front as we come through, or come close to now the 250 metre mark and the halfway mark of this 500 metre. I think you'll see a few changes in the back end of the field as we come through that 250 and start to really tighten up in the back end of the race.
So it is the Frenchman Loch Leonard alongside Julius Katetsky from Poland, and across this side of the course you see Tim Hecker from Germany now starting to make his move. And then at the top of the course in lane 3 it is the Chinese paddler Gao, but a really interesting battle here going on. I think Katetsky now maybe just getting his nose in front from Loch Leonard, but there is not much in it. The Frenchman and the Pole going at it with each other. Leonard maybe now just getting back in the lead from Katetsky, but Leonard and Katetsky fighting it out for first and second. Battle for third is also interesting behind these two paddlers, but it is a race in two at this stage. The Frenchman and the Pole. Maybe Leonard in front. Katetsky is throwing everything at him. Loch Leonard holding on. Katetsky coming the better at the finish though, and I think just got there perhaps over the Frenchman, and Tim Hecker, I think, on the outside from Germany taking third spot. But I think Katetsky from Poland maybe at least just edging out Loch Leonard from France. They've given it to Katetsky, the TV camera folk who are always very happy to back themselves in. They've given Julius Katetsky the win just ahead of Loch Leonard, and I think Tim Hecker from Germany finishing third. How did you see it?
I think I saw the same, and I do love the confidence of our camera people there at the finish line, and they typically get it right. And considering they're not really on the line and with a bit of a wrong angle as well, I love their confidence. But that was a beautiful race, particularly between Poland and France. Right through the race, you know, it was neck and neck, and they're the types of races that keep you on the edge of your seat. I thought maybe Loic Leonard would push over the top. He looked like he had some really good momentum coming through that 250. I think maybe that, as we just watched this, I think Katetsky's gone a little bit sideways. He's lost his straight line there, which might have cost him a little bit of boat speed at the end to really tighten up on that race. But I think maybe he did just get it. But that was very tight. No one likes to be crossing the line with a result that tight, because it's really hard to tell when you're paddling towards that pontoon if you did win or not, or if you did miss out or not. And it's certainly, I've been in that position many times, and it's certainly not a good feeling when it is a photo finish like that. You do like to know straight away, and hopefully we see some results come up here. And it is Katetsky there from Poland, 0.05 ahead of Leonard from France. That is certainly tight. And then Tim Hecker there from Germany in third position in this B final.
Yeah, really, and as you said, Elise, he did look like he was going a little bit sideways when he crossed the finish line, so maybe the margin could have been a little bit better, but that's sometimes when you're going for that bit of extra speed, you do sacrifice maybe a little bit of direction. So a little bit of a lesson there, but he got the B final win anyway, so he'd be pretty happy with that. All right, now we're going to turn our attention to the men's K4 500 B final. And in this race, we have 9 boats competing. And we have in lane 1, Canada, lane 2, New Zealand, lane 3, Denmark, lane 4 will be Poland, lane 5, Italy, lane 6, Slovakia, lane 7, Czechia, lane 8, Japan, and then in lane number 9, it'll be the young crew from Australia. So just looking at this lineup, I think maybe the Italians might be disappointed that they didn't make the final. Slovakia as well, possibly. I think the rest, though, probably feel that this is a race that they came here to win. So the Poles, of course, in front of their home crowd, they would have loved to have been in the A final as well, but it's not to be. So yeah, a very international field, no doubt about it. Canada, New Zealand, Denmark, Poland, Italy, Slovakia, Czechia, Japan, and Australia all going to the line. You love this race, Elise. Who you backing in here?
It certainly is the splash and dash, Ross, and yeah, a few continents represented here as well, which is great to see. I'm backing the Polish paddlers in from lane 4. It's their second crew. They've got a crew in the A final as well, and I think, as we saw from the race before, a home crowd really starts to cheer you home, but they did just miss out on the A final, so they'll be a little bit disappointed. But it looks like the Italians might have had the better start there, and they're known for their start, Ross. They are really lightning fast out of their start, and it's all about holding on at the finish line for them. But as they start to settle into their work now, just on this slide of them is the Slovakians. They're in the black boat. They're really quite good through the middle as they really start to find their middle running pace and get into that nice stroke rate. So you'll see some crews, they're better out at the start. Some crews are better through that middle as they find that boat run. And then some crews right at the end, when you start to tighten up, that's where they really start to come to the front.
So it is Italy and Slovakia, the two countries I said would probably be a little bit disappointed to only be in the B final. They are leading at this stage. It is Slovakia just in front of Italy. Now look at the Polish crew starting to come through, and right next to them is the crew from Denmark as well. So this is starting to tighten up. The Slovakians still in front. Look at the crew from Italy coming back again. Italy fighting back against Slovakia. It is Slovakia in front, Italy pushing through. Italy, I think, maybe back in the lead. Slovakia holding on, Poland flying home as well, but it's Italy that's going to take the win. Italy first, Poland second, Slovakia third. That's the way I see it. Great recovery from Italy, because they certainly were headed there at the halfway stage by Slovakia, and they kept their nerve and fought back, and maybe some of the big boys at the back of that boat at least got their rhythm going in the back half of the race, because Manfredi Rizza at the front of the boat, he is a 200-meter specialist, an absolute lightning machine over the 200. And the boys at the back obviously got the job done for the back half of the race, lifting them up and getting them back into the lead and holding off the Slovakians and the fast-finishing Polish crew, who I think just missed out on second, will have to settle for third in this B final.
Yeah, the Polish crew there maybe didn't have the race that they were expecting, but they certainly came through like most Polish crews do right at the end, and they just left their run a little bit too late. But it certainly was the Italians' race from start to finish. Like you said, Manfredi Rizza, he is the 200-meter specialist, so he would have pulled those guys out of the start gates. And often when you're setting up for the front paddler or the front two paddlers, they're your powerhouses, and they really want to get you out. And then it's his job, the guy in the front seat, to really make sure he's setting the rhythm, making sure he's not overspinning the boat or understroking the boat either, and giving the guys at the back enough time to work. And when we say that, it means if you're spinning and you're not spending enough time in the air, then the guys at the back really are rushing from stroke to stroke, and you're not giving the boat enough time to run. And you can see there they're talking about maybe the start is reenacting his start. Wow, guys, that felt good. I'm sure that's what they're saying, something along those lines. But no, when you're in a K4, it's all about really that boat speed and making the most of every stroke and then letting it glide through the air. The boat runs the fastest when your paddles are out of the water, which sounds
Good.
counterintuitive, but it is exactly
I,
that. And so you just want to be
I
making
got
the
to,
most out of that water time and resting in the air.
I have to say, Elise, I've not seen a crew so animated. Their hand signals, their gestures, they are really animated post race, just analysing everything, reenacting their signature moves during the race, and just really reliving the glory. So, congratulations, lads! There'll be body language experts watching this coverage in all corners of the globe who'll be taking away stuff from. I mean, the Italians always do have a reputation, of course, of being very, very expressive. Then they're having, of course, being Italian, they'd be having an espresso or something, I guess. Let's just call in a few more stereotypes as well. But congratulations to the Italians. As I said in the introduction, probably a little bit disappointed that they didn't make the A final, but coming out and doing the next best thing, and that is winning the B final. So well done there to the Italians. Confirmation, Italy ahead of Poland and Slovakia. Good race for the Kiwis. New Zealand finishing 4th ahead of Czechia, Japan, Denmark, Canada and Australia finishing there in 9th position. Now, I think, Elise, looking at the schedule, we've got a mini break now, I think, because we've got some A finals coming up. So we'll be joined by our television viewers from around the world for our A final. So that is due to start at just after 2 o'clock local time. It is now 1:45, about 14 minutes to 2. So we're going to take a little break, Elise and I, and we'll be back in around 15 minutes to kick off our live TV coverage. And of course, you've already got the best seat in the house if you're watching us on Planet Canoe, all the action, all the streaming action on this network. And we're really appreciative of your support for this competition. But for now, we're going to take a little break and we'll be back in around 15 minutes for the A finals.
Race number 97, C1 men, 500 meters air final. 5 minutes to start, 5 minutes. Line 1, Taipei. Line 2, Ukraine. Line 3, Hungary. Line 4, Italy. Line 5, Czech Republic. Line 6, Greece. Line 7, Canada. Line 8, Hungary. Line 9, China.
That familiar smell that you're probably now experiencing, that is the smell of gold medals, folks. Welcome to day 2 of the International Canoe Federation Canoe Sprint and Paracanowe World Cup, coming to you live from this beautiful city in Poland, the city of Poznan. Such a beautiful old city, so much history in this part of the world, and we are coming to you from one of the best canoe sprint courses on the planet. That's it. That is the scene here in Poznan. We have got some gold medals coming your way very, very soon on what is a little bit of an overcast day. There's a little bit of a breeze out there, just adding a little bit of a challenge for some of the athletes. But they are the very, very best in the world, and you're about to see some Olympic champions, some world champions, and potential future champions take to the water. My name is Ross Solly. Joining me in the commentary, 3-time Australian Olympian Elise Wood, who's paddled on this course many, many times, and I'm sure is very happy now to be sitting up in the commentary box and watching from afar. Good afternoon to you, Elise.
Thank you, Ross. Very happy to be sitting nice and dry in the commentary box, that's for sure. But I do miss being out here in Poznan. As you said before, this regatta course is synonymous with our sport, and you wouldn't go too many years without coming here to Poznan to have a race. So I'm sure everyone's very familiar with the course and very excited to get out there and have some good races this afternoon. I'm excited for a few of these in particular. I'm excited to see some of the Paracanowe finals kick off, and I'm especially excited to see the K4 500 meter finals. I used to race a lot in that race, and it's the splash and dash of our sport, that's for sure. They go the fastest, and the fastest races are the ones that are the most exciting, in my opinion. But a stacked program this afternoon. Like you said, we've got a lot of Olympic champions, a lot of Paralympic champions, and a lot of what I'm most excited about, future champions here. And we're in year 1 of the Olympic cycle as we head towards LA 2028, and so a lot can change from last year's Paris Olympics as we just see the order of events there that we have on this afternoon. A lot of finals and a lot of exciting times ahead.
And we saw there a shot of some of the crowd, and you can tell by their fashion this afternoon that it is a little bit chilly. There's a slight breeze here. It's certainly not a European summer's day, no doubt about that. So there's a little bit of a chill in the air. What sort of effect will that have on the paddlers? I guess once they get into the race, Elise, and they start getting their body temperatures up. But just in terms of warming up, in terms of preparation, is it a bit trickier when it's a bit colder like it is at the moment?
Yeah, you can see there the Canadian girls just trying to keep warm there. Sophia Jensen just with her hands rubbing up against each other. But I think, to be honest, like obviously once you start to warm up and if you're dressing appropriately, then they should be fine. The biggest thing for me is a lot of these paddlers have done quite a few races already today or already this weekend. And so it's all about that recovery afterwards, making sure you're warming down correctly, making sure you're not staying cold and you're putting on as many layers as you can, because you can waste a lot of energy between the races, as well as obviously when you are out there racing and warming up. But yeah, the key difference for me is that in between the effort situation.
So there we have the start list for our first final. It is the men's C1 500, and we are already underway. And Martin Fuchser is the man to watch in the middle of the course in the bright blue boot and the blue singlet.
Yeah, and I don't think any of the medalists from last weekend's World Cups are here, so a very good opportunity to have a good race for these guys and get a really good hit out here at World Cup 2. Like you said, Martin Fuchs there, he's a very well-credentialed paddler, has been around the scene for many, many years and knows how to put himself to the test when it really matters, and that is in an A final like we're seeing now. He might be about a quarter of a boat length in front of maybe lane 2, our Ukrainian paddler out there in that yellow boat. He's putting together a great first 250 of this event there. As you see him on the screen, he's starting to really get into his work and lengthen out and maybe challenging for the lead at the moment as we see them come through the 250. It is Martin Fuchs there in first position, followed by Ukraine, and I think it was Italy there in third.
Yeah, the Italian Matteo Alfonsi, looking from the high camera here, he was all over the shop there for a little while, really struggling for direction, so lost a bit of ground. But it is Martin Fuchser. He holds the world's best time for this event. He is also an Olympic champion in the 1,000 meters, so he is the form paddler, and he was very good last weekend. He's very good again today. I think he's going to secure the win. The race will be for second, the silver medal between Majowski from Ukraine, and it looks like the Italian Alfonsi for third. Also coming through is Fejes from Hungary, but Fuchser will get the win. I think it'll be Alfonsi from Italy will take the silver. Good race for the bronze. Fuchser takes the gold. Alfonsi the silver, and the bronze will go to Fejes from Hungary, who had a very good back half to that race, getting up there to tip out the Ukrainian for the bronze medal. But there is no doubt about Martin Fuchser. I said earlier in some earlier commentary today on our Planet Canoe YouTube site that I wouldn't be surprised if he set himself a goal to remain undefeated in all races during this Olympic cycle. He's that sort of a professional, and he really is in the best form of his career at the moment. He got that confidence last year with an Olympic gold medal, and he really does look like every time he gets on the water that he is heading out to win, and that was a very comprehensive result. I'm really looking forward to the battle coming up in the 1,000 meters, his pet event, his Olympic event. But that was a very, very comprehensive win. The Italian, I tell you what, early on, I mean, they ended up a mile apart. They are in the next door lanes to each other, but it gives you some idea. I think the Italian may be struggling a little bit earlier on, at least with that crosswind. Took a bit to get his boat going in the right direction, but did hold on to take second. And Daniel Fejes, I think from Hungary, will take the bronze medal.
Yeah, Poland can often give up a little bit of a bumpy condition, so it is sometimes hard to control your boat, and it is a little bit different to some glacier conditions that maybe we had last weekend in Szeged, or maybe they've had throughout training days. But nonetheless, a really good race by Martin Fuchser. And what I love to see is obviously he's been around the scene for a very long time. He's an Olympic champion. You know, this is not an Olympic event, but I love to see him racing it. And quite often we see our paddlers that are Olympic champions or at the top of their game, they might not opt for a non-Olympic race, but here Martin Fuchser is lining up, trying to get as much race experience as he can. And a lot of kids can take a lot away from that, because every time you line up is an opportunity to better yourself. And he's putting his money where his mouth is, that's for sure, and had a very good race and come away with a gold medal. And it doesn't matter what type of gold medal it is, whether it's a World Cup, a World Championship, a National Championship, or an Olympic gold medal, it is always a very good feeling standing on top of that dice.
And let me tell you, I reckon once when that day comes when he's got grandchildren, they'll be very, very impressed with the amount of bling that Granddaddy Martin will have when he comes around for show and tell at school. So well done to Martin Fuchser. It is the International Canoe Federation World Cup coming to you live from Poznan. In just a moment, we are going to celebrate the men's K4 500. What a race this is going to be. One of the races of the competition. The Germans, the reigning Olympic champions, had to get here the hard way, and they would be very, very determined, having been pipped last week, very determined to get out there and get a win this week. The Hungarians chock-a-block full of confidence after a good campaign last weekend on their home course in Szeged, and of course the Chinese, the Ukrainians, the Danish crew. It's going to be a very, very interesting race, this one. And you can see there the world's best time. It is by the Tokyo gold medal crew. I think that is, isn't it? Elise, Liebscher, Lemke, Renschmidt, and Ronnie Rao. I think that was Tokyo was one of the gold medals. So whether that's where they earned that best time, I'm not sure. So let's have a look at the field here. Lane 1, we have France. Lane 2, we have Ukraine. Lane 3, the Olympic champions, Germany. Lane 4, Hungary. Lane 5, we have China. Lane 6, we have the second crew from Hungary. Lane 7, we have Poland. Lane 8, we have Denmark. And lane number 9, we have Belgium. And I tell you what, it underlines the strength of Hungary, doesn't it? At least they've got 2 crews in here, and you would not be surprised if they both ended up on the podium. That's how strong the men's Hungarian team is right now, going off the form from last weekend.
Absolutely. They were first and third last weekend at the World Cup there. I think maybe the order of their crews, though, I expected it to be the other way around, but the crew in lane 6 here today, they were the winners at last weekend's World Cup. Germany was sandwiched by Hungary. They're not used to being on the second step. They do like being on that top step of the podium, so they'll certainly be looking to go one better this weekend. Like you said, they did it the hard way. They had to go through the semi-final, but in my opinion, that's all really good race experience and a good opportunity to get some good racing under your belt. As I think there we go, a little bit of a false start. Some of the crews in the middle just missing the memo a little bit and maybe burning a few extra bickies than the crews on the outside. So now these guys are just going to have to loop around. They're going to take their time, especially those crews in the middle. When you've put full force down for 5, 6, 7 strokes, that does take a lot of energy out of you. So they're going to milk this for what it's worth and do a big lap around. I didn't quite catch who that false start might be on. We'll have another look here. Let's have a look.
Maybe the Polish crew.
Maybe Poland, maybe China. It's hard to tell. I mean, gosh, I'm not good at maths, but there's 9 boats there with 4 people in each boat, and it's all it takes is one paddle movement, and that is what a false start is called on. But for those watching at home, doesn't mean they're DQ'd. Like in athletics, like in swimming, we all get a false start each. Obviously, we're in quite bumpy conditions. Here today, you know, even when it's glassy, we're in very external conditions, so they do allow for a little bit of a wobble here and there, and they'll just come around and reset now. I think that's the French crew on the screen. They are a very well experienced crew, well-oiled machine. You'll expect them to come out of the gates quite quickly, as will the Hungarians, as will the Germans. To be honest, everyone will come out of the gates quickly. I reckon there'll be maybe a second and a half between first and last. And oh no, a bit of drama with the Polish crew. Maybe their rudder has got caught on the gate.
Oh dear. So there's a bit of running repairs going here for the Polish crew from lane 7. So oh dear, I hope this is not going to affect their race. They're trying to fix something. I guess if the rudder is broken, what alternatives do they have, Elise? I mean, I'm sure they can't get a boat to them, a backup boat to them. That would be just too hard to do that. So and it's be very hard to race without a, you know, if you've got a problem with the undercarriage of the boat, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind betting that maybe within that false start, their rudder has just caught maybe the start bucket. That is a stressful situation to be in, that's for sure. Obviously the position that backseat paddler was in wasn't good for his back or his body, bending and contorting himself to try and fix that rudder, and now hopping back in, his heart rate certainly would be raised. But no, Ross, there's not much you can do in that situation. You've got to try and get around as quickly as you can and fix the boat as quickly as you can. And it's a good lesson to all the kids watching out here. A lot of kids that I've coached or had things to do with over the years don't know how to set up their boats properly and don't know all the inner workings of the kayak and the rudder system and the cables and the foot bars and the seats. And this is a really good lesson to make sure you know exactly how a boat works. So if something does happen, you can fix a problem quickly and fix a problem under pressure. But bad news there for the Polish crew, that's for sure. This is their home course, and I'm sure they really wanted to have a good showing here this weekend. I think last weekend they ended up 7th, so they'd be definitely wanting to be further up in the final this weekend. So hopefully, whatever he did, he's worked some magic on that rudder and been able to pull it together, and they can at least stay straight through this whole race.
I wonder whether he is the designated team mechanic for the team. But anyway, it was certainly his job to get out. I mean, I wonder whether the rest of the boys turned around and said to him, "You broke it, you fix it." But I'm sure,
Shotgun not.
Sure it wasn't
That's
his.
what they said.
Yes, he did. I said, "Oh no, we're bolted into our seats here. We can't get out. It's your job." So I think it was Slalomir Witchak who's sitting in seat number 4 in that boat. So he drew the rock, paper, scissors to get out and to try and fix up the boat. So if it goes skew-whiff during this race, it'll all be on him. No pressure for the poor man. But it looks like we are now starting to move into position again. We'll have a second crack. We're well behind time now. The start time for this was meant to be 10 past 2 local time, and we're now at 2:15, so 5 minutes late already. This is going to push back some of the other start races. So the finals will be coming thick and fast very, very soon, because we'll try and keep to the overall schedule where we can. But is that the Polish crew? Yes, that's them now coming over to rejoin the race. So I'm worried, Elise. I think you're right. I think they maybe have already run their race, because they had to head over to the shore, fix up the boat, race back again. The heart would be racing. It'd be an incredible performance if they were to come out now and to win a medal.
Yeah, and I think the Hungarian crew next to them in lane 6 as well, just pulling around quite late as well. So the key when something like that happens is to keep calm, cool and collected. You don't want to have any stressful situations. You want to stay focused and not look at the Polish crew fixing their rudder or the Hungarian crew in the wrong lane or whatever it is. You just want to make sure that you're staying focused on yourself. So they're often racing now, and it looks like the Polish crew in lane 7 there have had a very, very good start. So they put whatever happened behind them, and they're maybe pushing up into 1st or 2nd at the moment. Lane 3 as well, the Germans, as we would expect, they've come out of the gates absolutely blazing, and they're always out fast, Ross. They're always very well timed together, and today it'll be a key, or the key will be holding it together towards the end, because that's where the Hungarians really came over the top of them last weekend. So at the moment there, it's the Germans in lane 3, in lane 4 as well, the Hungarian crew. I think the Polish crew are in 3rd at the moment, and next to them is the Danish crew in that black boat, just starting to get into their work.
Yeah, ignore those times down the bottom, because the Hungarian crew is definitely up there. If anything, they're probably just in the lead at the moment. Hungary over Germany, very close for 3rd position, but the Hungarians are continuing their good form from last weekend. The Germans are going to throw everything at them. So it's Hungary leading from Germany. Germany trying to fight back to get into the lead. It is Hungary and Germany. Germany and Hungary. Is it a race in 2? Hard to tell from this angle. I think the Germans may be just in front. Let's have a look here as we come down to the finish line. Gee, look at them flying home all over the course. I think it's the Germans who are going to win, though. Yes, Germany just gets there over the Hungarians. I don't know. I think maybe the Poles held on for the bronze, but I don't say that with any confidence at all. but the Germans really, once again, reminding us they were stung last week, having to settle for the silver. It's 3 of the crew from the gold medal winning boat from last year in Paris at the Olympics. And the man at the back, Anton Winkelmann, he's now thinking, yep, that was worth it to jump in a boat with these buffoons. And they've just, I think, won the gold medal. Not by a lot, Elise. It was an absolute cracking finish as they all headed for the finish line. But I think the Germans maybe just held on from the Hungarians. And I reckon Poland possibly, but I don't say that with any confidence at all. Maybe they did pick up the bronze. Here we go. We'll get an idea here. So there's Germany in lane 3. That's definitely the gold. Hungary, the silver. And let's have a look. Ooh, yeah. Give it to Poland. Give it to Poland.
I agree. And interesting as well, I think that result from the 2 Hungarian crews is the opposite to what we saw last weekend. So just showing the depth of their men's team at the moment. They've got 2 crews that can really, you know, be the best of the best and mix it with the best of the best on any given weekend. So Germany definitely coming away with the win there. Anton Winkelmann in the back. He is the substitute in for Tom Liebscher, who was in the boat last year in Paris, and he'd be very, very happy with that result. Silver medal last weekend, and most people would be very happy with the silver medal, and I'm sure they still were, but these guys are very used to being on the top step of the podium, and I'm sure Winkelmann really wanted to make sure he could give that to the other guys and show that even with him in the boat, they're still a force to be reckoned with. So there we go, confirmation of the results. Germany in first, 0.13 behind was the Hungarian crew, and then the Polish crew there in third. And what an impressive race from them to obviously have rudder troubles before the race and in a little bit of a stressful situation that, you know, might throw some crews off. You know, they've been able to really turn it around and have almost a race of their lives. I think when you look at their result last weekend, they got 7th. To come away with a bronze medal this weekend is very, very impressive, particularly up against crews like the 2 Hungarians, like the Germans, like the Ukrainians, like the Frenchies. That is a very good race by them.
Yeah, their heart, as you mentioned, their heart palpitations before the race even began would have been something which would have sent most doctors running for their kit bags, I think. All right, let's now look at the women's K4, and they're already ready to go. Germany, Hungary, Poland, Germany, New Zealand, Australia, Denmark, and Great Britain. 2 German crews, 2 Hungarian crews, and we're underway.
So there we go. We're off and racing. The Kiwi girls there in lane 6. They're always out very, very fast. You can see there Olivia Brett stroking them out. Typically it's Lisa Carrington, but Olivia Brett has sat into that front seat position at the moment, and she's looking beautiful, stroking the girls there in all black as they come through the 100-meter mark. I think they still are in the lead. Maybe lane 2 there, the Hungarians are also in second place. There is 2 Hungarian boats here, just like we saw in the men, and it's the Aussies there in third, maybe the Germans as well in that classic pink boat in lane 5 as we come through to the 250-meter mark. We'll get a bit of a gauge on where the girls are at, but you know, the race isn't won, through the 250-meter mark. It's whoever's at that finish line in first, and it's certainly going to be a tight finish.
Yeah, I think it is just New Zealand, but not by much. Maybe Germany, and then one of the Hungarian crews is also up there. Look at the Australians, they're there as well. Bit hard on this angle. It's New Zealand, it is Germany, and across on the top of the course, it looks like the Hungarian crew. But New Zealand still just holding on. Germany now, could they make it men's and women's gold medals here? I think they're starting to edge in front. It's Germany, New Zealand, Australia and Poland having a really good battle for third at the moment, but it is Germany in front. Australia trying to come over the top of New Zealand. It is Germany in front. Maybe next to them Poland is going to get second, and New Zealand or Australia third. Oh, Germany definitely got the win. Poland I'm calling for second. And really, really close between New Zealand and Australia for the bronze. But look at that. Winners are grinners when it comes to world sport. And there's a lot of grinning going on there, except for poor old Jewel Hakes, the second in the boat. She has not even got enough energy to smile. Now she does. She turns around and she says, "How did we go?" And sitting right behind her, Pauline says, I think we won, and Jaw goes, you bloody ripper. So that is a win for Germany, holding out, I think, Poland. And Elise, did the Australians get third or not?
I think maybe the New Zealand crew might have come away with the bronze medal, Ross, but we'll wait to see this finish here. So it is the Germans clearly in first, coming across the line there. The Polish crew, and oh gosh, maybe the Aussies. Oh, maybe it was hard to tell with the colours of the boats. I agree. I think that might have been the Aussies
tip of the Australian boat.
In third.
Yeah.
No, and that's why we have really good systems in place. Obviously, the photo finish tower is a lot better than our eyes, but can't take it away from the German girls there. They put together a beautiful race. So the German men and the German women, a clean sweep across the K4s, and they'll be very happy with that as they wrap up the World Cup season and head home and get ready for the European Championships and the World Championships later on, as we just see the results come up here. And you were right, so Germany in first, Poland in second, and the Aussies there in third, just coming over the top of the New Zealanders in the dying meters, I would say. And like I said at the start of the race, it doesn't matter who goes through the 250 in first, it doesn't matter who gets the most TV time. What matters is that finish result, and the Aussies just coming through for their first podium together with that new crew of the Olympic cycle, which is very exciting. So some fast and furious racing there with the K4s, and I'm very excited already for the World Championships, and that's not till August, so we've got quite a few months ahead of us to wait.
Yeah, indeed. It'll be interesting to see if there's any changes for some of these crews. But good to see Poland there coming through. The two Hungarian crews both finishing back out of the medals. I mean, we were so used for so long to Hungary dominating women's kayak paddling. There's a bit of a rebuild phase going on there, I think, at least for the Hungarian crew. Let's look at the women's C2 500 final. This is an Olympic event, of course, and in lane 1 we have the United States, lane 2 Poland, lane 3 Canada, lane 4 Canada, lane 5 Hungary, lane 6 China, lane 7 China, lane 8 Ukraine, and lane 9 we have Germany.
And these races are just coming thick and fast at the moment, and that's what we like in a finals package at World Cup 2 here. They're often racing now, and I think maybe lane 2 have had the better of the start. That's the home crew, the Polish crew there. Also lane 4, the Canadians, led by Katie Vincent. She's in the back, sorry. She is a very, very well-credentialed paddler, an Olympic gold medalist, a medalist as well in the C2, and you definitely want her in your crew when you're racing on the international stage. She's got a lot of experience under her belt and knows how to put some very good races together. But it is the two Canadian crews just neck and neck at the moment, one in that red boat, one in the blue boat. On this side of them as well, the Hungarians, they had a great race last weekend. They're in a boat with all the puzzles on it, and they're starting to put the puzzle pieces together as we come through about 200 meters. I think it is one of the Chinese crews there as well in 4th position. So the top 4 really pulling clear of the rest of the field at the moment.
Yeah, that Chinese crew, that includes Meng Ya Sun, of course, who is the Olympic champion in the C2. Such a formidable paddler, so no surprises that they're up challenging for the lead. But yes, the puzzle pieces are coming together again for Agnes Kiss and Bianca Nagy. It is a very eye-catching boat, and at the moment this boat is saying catch us if you can, as the Hungarians flex their muscle. They move out in front. The Canadian crews are trying to stick with them. Both the Canadian boats are there trying to hunt down the Germans, but this is the Hungarians. This is a very strong performance though from Kiss and Nagy from Hungary. It looks like it's Wojtek and Vincent from Canada, and across closest to the screen it's the Chinese boat as well that is coming up to challenge for a medal. But it's going to be Hungary first, Canada second, China get the bronze. But a very, very impressive performance from the Hungarians. Again, I mean, you've got to have some bravado, I think, Elise Wood, to give your boat a bit of a special colour and to make it stand out and to be eye-catching. And I think that that bravado is well justified, because that's 2 weeks in a row now that these girls, Kiss and Nagy, have put together a really, really decent race, and that's a good win today in these conditions.
Absolutely. To be able to go back to back is very, very impressive, particularly across the two different conditions, like you just said. I think they'll be very, very happy with that, especially, they'll be able to go home now and reflect on the races. And I'm sure, even though, you still do come out with 2 gold medals, 2 out of 2, there'll still be things to work on from these girls. And they'll probably also look at the rest of their competitors to see what they're doing. So there we go. Confirmation there. Then the Canadians in second and the Chinese in third as they come across the line, and pure exhaustion as they come across the line. It's a very, very tough event, the C2 500 meters. 500 meters is an awkward distance in itself. You can't quite sprint the whole way, you can't settle the whole way. You're in this awkward zone of hurt where you're just trying to kind of teeter on the edge of pain the whole time, and as soon as you cross that line you just fall in a heap. So there we go, confirmation of the results. Hungary in first, 151.87. The Canadian crew there in second place, and China in third position. So that is your podium for World Cup 2 here in Poznan.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see with the Canadians, Elise, what combinations, whether they do continue to experiment, just to see who works best together. I mean, it's such a luxury for some of these countries that have so much depth, and they can try a few different things, move a few people around, shuffle some of the chess pieces, and just see what comes out of it. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes for them now, as we turn our attention to a race which you have done many, many times, Elise, and it's not an Olympic event, but I am really, really looking forward to this, and I'll tell you why. In lane 6 we have Amy Fisher from New Zealand, an absolute consummate professional, so determined to win every time she gets on the water. I'm excited to see in lane 4 Nan Wang from China, who just every time she gets on the water seems to be getting better. Hermine Peters from Belgium, really, really good in her heat win the other day. Over there in lane 2, Zoka Chikos, who chased Amy Fisher all the way to the finish line last weekend in Szeged. And then you have Esther Rendezi from Hungary, a seasoned campaigner over 1,000 meters. This is a quality K1 1000 field, as you would expect at a World Cup contest. I think Amy Fisher will deservedly start favourite, but I reckon that she's going to have a few challengers who are going to be making life a little bit tough for her. So in lane 1 we have Susanna Cicciali from Italy. Lane 2, last week's silver medalist Zoka Chikos from Hungary. In lane 3 from Germany, Finja Hermansen. In lane 4 from China, Nan Wang. In lane 5 from Belgium, Hermine Peters. In lane 6 from New Zealand, Amy Fisher. Lane 7, the Hungarian Esther Rendezi. In lane 8, Maria Virik from Norway. And lane 9, Lingya Chen from China.
And like you said, obviously I think Amy has all right to be the favourite in here, but she'll know that this will be a very tough race, and it's going to look very different to last week as well. She was right next to Chikos last week, so they were in lane, I think, 4 and 5 last week, whereas this week they're quite spread out, lane 2 and lane 6, so they won't be able to see each other as much, and so they'll be having to run their own race quite a lot through here. But don't discount, like you said, Hermine Peters from Belgium. I haven't seen her race over 1,000 meters very often, but she is very good at the K1 500 meters and very good in that last half of the K1 500 meters. So I think we'll see her featuring towards the end there. I think her brother as well, Arthur Peters, he's just qualified for the K1 men 1000 final as well. So very good family of well-credentialed paddlers, and I'm sure she got a few tips from him. But it does look like Amy Fisher there, she might be a little bit in front. She's in that black long sleeve shirt and very much so standing out at the moment. It looks like as well Nan Wang there from China might be up in line with her, and lane 2 there, Chikosh from Hungary. She knows she has to take it out hard like last week, and if she's got any chance of beating Amy at the end, she's really got to break Amy at the start. And you can just see there it's quite bumpy as they're coming through about 300 meters into the race. It is a very bumpy course out here in Poznan, particularly when the wind starts to blow, and there's obviously paddlers paddling up the other side of the course as well. So there's no official warm-up lane here. It's just kind of, you do what you can, and Chikosh at the moment is having a great race.
Yeah, look, I have a queasy stomach at the best of times, and I'm starting to feel a little bit seasick just watching these paddlers as they head down the course. But it is a bit of a repeat at this stage of last week with Fisher and Chikosh. Now watch Nan Wang in the red and yellow boat coming through into 3rd position. I'm expecting her to put forward a big finish. She did in her earlier race, so I'm watching for her. She's now starting to sneak up there. She's clearly in 3rd, ahead of Peters from Belgium, but it is Fisher in front, holding on to probably a half a boat length lead from Chikosh across there in lane 2 from Hungary. Nan Wang from China is in 3rd. Peters is still hanging around there in 4th position, just not losing touch at this stage from the leading 2. But it is Fisher and Chikosh as they head down to the, I think we've passed the halfway stage now, as we head down towards the business end of the race, with Fisher continuing to lead. She's just so powerful. She never seems to tire. She's out now. She looks like she's broken away, and she's maybe broken Chikosh. I think Chikosh may have had enough across there in lane 2, which would be disappointing. So it's Nan Wang who's going to take up the race, and next to her, Peters from Belgium.
Yeah, and obviously this is exactly where Amy really comes to play. Last week we saw the same thing. She had a really good turn of speed with about 200 meters to go, and she's doing the exact same thing this week. Chikosh would know that was going to happen, and you can just see her boat speed starting to lift now. Maybe she's felt Amy go a little bit earlier than she expected, but Amy's just looking beautiful at the moment. She's going to try and hold it together as much as she can. This is where it really starts to burn. Your legs start to feel like they're falling off from your body. They're not in time with your body. Your arms are hurting. It feels like your arms are, spinning out of nowhere, and you've got tunnel vision. And it's all about holding on and getting your stroke in and out with about 50 meters to go now. It doesn't look like Amy Fisher is going to give up that lead anytime soon, and she will take the gold medal home with her. Back-to-back gold medalists there in the K1000. Chikosh there from Hungary, she's going to take out the silver medal, and Nan Wang from China will make that podium with a bronze medal. But you can't take it away from Amy Fisher there. She's just sucking in the deep breaths, a little bit of a cheeky smile as well. I'm sure she's going to be happy with that. It feels good to go back to back in races like this, particularly very difficult races that are tactically hard. Obviously it's physically hard, and we can see out there, as we saw at the start of the race, it is very bumpy conditions. And 1,000-meter paddling is all about getting some really good boat runs, some really good boat speed, and really being at one with the boat, which I know Amy thoroughly enjoys. And when you have conditions like we have today, it's harder to get that feel, and it's harder to really feel at one. So she'll be happy to be able to put that race together ahead of her K1 500-meter final. I think maybe tomorrow or on Sunday. She's going to be really looking forward to that, and taking a lot of confidence away from this, I'm sure. So Amy Fisher in first, Chikosh there from Hungary in second, and Nan Wang in third position from China. They'll be your medalists for this weekend's World Cup.
And it'll be interesting to see. Last week we speculated that maybe Amy Fisher, she put so much effort into the 1,000 that she had nothing left to give in the 500. So it'll be interesting to see what she learned from last weekend in terms of warming down, preparing, and she certainly looks stiff now, as you would do climbing out of the boat after 1,000 meters. But it'll be interesting to see what she learned from last weekend, at least in terms of getting that 1,000 meter out of the way, making sure that she's fresh again and ready to go for the 500, because I think last week it maybe did tell on her a little bit, and she just struggled to match the pace in the 500, which is very unlike Amy Fisher. So we'll watch and see how she recovers from that for the 500-meter final. All right, now I think our next race is going to be the men's, let me just check, I think it's the men's C1 200, I think is the next final, due to get underway at 21 minutes to 3, 14:39 local time here, which is in about 2 minutes from now. So good to see countries from all over the world here competing in Poznan. This year they had the World Cups back-to-back, which I think has been a change embraced by most nations, at least. I know there was a bit of an argument about athletes wanting to have a weekend off between the World Cups and that it was too tight to go from one to another. But then there are a lot of other countries who thought that it was a much better idea, if for nothing else, to save a bit of money and to not have to be so spending so much money being far away for so long. So this year back-to-back, and I think the racing is shown, and the quality of the racing we've seen so far, that it hasn't been detrimental at all. Okay, let's look at the C1 men's 200-meter final. So in lane 1, we have Denmark's Ran Neve. Lane 2 from Ukraine, Andrei Rybachuk. In lane 3, representing Poland, Alexei Kolidich. In lane 4, representing Italy, Mattia Alfonsi. In lane 5, representing Ukraine, Taras Mischuk. In lane 6, representing China, Yuben Yu. In lane 7, representing Hungary, Istvan Juhas. In lane 8, representing Georgia, Gia Gabadeva. And in lane 9, the Chinese paddler, Linshen Lei. So they are your starting 9 for this men's C1 200. And of course, when the wind picks up and the weather gets choppy, it's the C1 paddlers who quite often find it the most challenging. So this field, though, all very experienced paddlers. I'm sure they'll have no problem getting their noses into the buckets and getting this final underway.
Absolutely, and we just see in the middle of the course there, lane 6, Yuben Yu. He was last weekend's gold medalist, and the other podium getters last week I don't think are here, so you'd like to say that he is your favourite. There we go, he's on the screen at the moment. He's your favourite maybe leading into this event, but he's certainly not going to have it all his own way. There's some really, really good paddlers out here today, and there's a lot of external factors happening as well, so a lot will go into this race.
And of course, we didn't have the Ukrainians last week, Elise, and they're here this week, and they are very good canoe paddlers. So I'm expecting Mischuk and Rybachuk to give a really strong showing here. And the Ukrainians have a proud history in this event, so don't discount the Ukrainians taking the fight up to Yuben Yu from China. Two Ukrainians in this race, 2 Chinese as well. So it'll be a fascinating competition.
Absolutely, I wouldn't mind betting we'll see our Georgian athlete there, Gabadeva, out quite fast. They're always out of the start gates very, very quickly, and it's all about holding on at the end. But there we go, we're off and racing at the moment, and I think, like I said just then,
I'll take over. So yes, the Georgian got away very, very fast. Linshen Lei from China missed the start in lane 9. Look across in lane 3. It's the Polish paddler Kolidich, who looks like he's got away to a very, very good start. Right next to him it is Rybachuk, the Ukrainian. So it's Kolidich from Poland, Rybachuk from Ukraine, and also up there coming through now, it looks like it is the Italian Alfonsi, but it is Kolidich from Poland who's got the lead in front of his home crowd. Kolidich from Rybachuk. Kolidich gets the win ahead of maybe Rybachuk, and Alfonsi, the Italian, flying home, is in a very close race for the silver. That was a really strong finish, but Alexei Kolidich, you could hear the Polish fans, while my co-commentator Elise Wood choking in the background. You could hear the fans making the noise over the noise of who I can tell you, folks, she's fine. She's absolutely fine. No doubt about our winner, though, Alexei Kolidich from Poland. Very close for the second. I think maybe Rybachuk just held on from Alfonsi from Italy, but we'll have a look at the replay there. Here we go. We're coming down to the line. No doubt about the winner. Yes, gold to Poland. And as we get to the finish, oh, gee, yeah, I'm going to give it to Ribachok in lane 2, just ahead of Alfonsi from Italy. Elise, have you recovered?
I am good to go. I think I got a little bit too excited at the start of that, and I saw a bug fly and it went straight down my throat, but that's okay. It was a good race nonetheless, and apologies for that. We'll try and have the bug zapper going for the next race. But like you said, I think the Polish crowd really helped this paddler on the screen here along in his race, and a very different finishing order from last week, that's for sure. And it just shows a lot can change in a week, and particularly over the 200-meter distance. It's so close. It's about 39-40 seconds worth of racing, and it's so close between the athletes. So there we go, confirmation there, like you said, Ross, and you got it correct. Poland, Ukraine, Italy. 0.02 of a second between the silver and the bronze. That is some very, very tight racing.
Yeah, it really is. But a hometown victory is always welcomed. No doubt about that. So they'll be pretty happy with that. They'll be celebrating that in the stands. Can they get another hometown victory in the men's K1 200? Well, they've got a very fast man going in lane 1 who they'll all be pinning their hopes on. So we have, for this race, Poland's Baraki in lane 1, Danilenko from Ukraine in lane 2, the very impressive Norwegian Gunnar Eid in lane 3, Kolos Sismadia from Hungary in lane 4, the bearded wonder Pierre van der Westhausen from Australia in lane 5, Balázs Berkaz from Hungary in lane 6, Ans Pikon from Slovenia in lane 7, Roberts Akmans from Latvia in lane 8, and Badri Kavalishvili from Georgia in lane 9. There is a lot of speed out there. At least there are some guys there. Their boats will hardly touch the water. They'll be flying that fast in this race.
They absolutely will be, and I was just looking at the results from last weekend, and again, none of the medalists from last weekend are here in this final today, and so we're going to have a bit of a mix-up of results, and I'm sure a lot of the guys are going to know that and be looking to make sure that they are the ones that write their name into the history books today, that's for sure. But this will be a very, very tight race. You can just see there Pierre van der Westhausen on the screen just struggling to stay straight in that bucket there, just trying to draw stroke across. It's all about making sure that you get that first stroke on as much as you can. You're getting as much purchase as you can, and they're often racing now. I think maybe lane 3, Gunnar Eid, he's from Norway. He's had the better of the start out of the whole crew there. He might be about a quarter of a boat length in front at the moment. Looks like as well, Latvia, Robert Akmans there. He's had a very good start as well, and in lane 4 as well, the Hungarian in the red boat just starting to creep up on Gunnar Eid, but it is all Gunnar Eid's race at the moment, and he's got to make sure that he holds on towards the end of this 200, because if he tightens up, it's going to be anyone's game from there. But it does look like it's still him. He's about a quarter of a boat length in front, and he's going to take the win from, maybe Berkaz from maybe the two Hungarians made the podium second and third then. I'm not sure. That was all very, very quick for me, but there's no doubt about it. Our winner there on the screen, Gunnar Eid, he's going to be very happy with that race. He led it from go to woe. He was about a quarter of a boat length in front the whole way through, and that is some seriously fast paddling.
Just goes to show, Elise, you get a good start, and it's very, very hard to pin the paddlers back in, especially when the leader's got a beard, the bearded wonder. He's been so impressive. He was impressive last week, and he's backed it up again today. I think his meter possibly held on for second, and I think Berkaz probably got third. Let's have a look. Yeah, definitely the Norwegian, the winner. His media definitely got second in the red boat, and Berkaz third. Yep, crossing the line there, I reckon. That's your 1, 2, and 3. So Hungary second and third. But Gunnar Eid, I mean, he is a man to be reckoned with, isn't he? This is not an Olympic event, but he's laying down an early marker this year to be one of the leading paddlers in the 200 meters. And he was in good form last week, and he looks pretty happy, doesn't he, to have come out here today and to have taken that gold medal. So congratulations, Gunnar. The Norwegians, it's been a while since they've had off the top of my head, Elise, I don't know, you'll probably correct me here, but I can't remember the last Norwegian World Cup gold medalist. All the Norwegian viewers are probably yelling at their TVs right now and saying, of course we had one last year, but I can't think of one.
I'm not sure, but you know what? They're coming into a really good era at the moment. Their women's K4 is looking really good. Obviously, Gunnar Eid here. Yeah, they've got a really good crop of paddlers coming through. So I think we'll be looking out for them throughout this LA 2028 cycle. That's for sure. As we start to head into some of the Paracanoe finals now, and I'm really excited for these couple of races, Ross, because obviously we've got a little bit of bumpy conditions, and the VAR in particular is quite a tough boat to handle and quite a tough boat to keep straight. And so I think there will be a lot of tactics involved in this race. You know, do you stay on the same side and stroke on the same side the whole way? Do you do more switches than normal? You know, how much is the wind pushing you over? How much is it pushing you towards the side of the lane? The rule in our sport is you've got to try and stay in the middle third of your lane as much as possible. And if you do get pushed out, you've just got to be looking to make an effort to come back into the middle, and that is easier said than done for these guys here, that's for sure.
All right, let's have a look at the start list for the men's VL1 final. And in lane 1, representing India, we have Yash Kumar. In lane 2 from Germany, Maritz Berthold. In lane 3 from Japan, Yuta Takagi. In lane 4 from Italy, Alessio Bedin. In lane 5 from Australia, Benjamin Sainsbury. In lane 6 from Poland, Jakob Spack. In lane 7 from France, Corentin Denis. In lane 8, the Spaniard, David Gonzalez. And in lane number 9, representing Kazakhstan, Maxim Bogaterev. Should be a very even race. I would think that the Australian Benjamin Sainsbury would fancy his chances here. The Pole Spack is also very good. The Italian, I think this is going to be a very even race, and I think you're right, Elise. This is going to come down to who can tame these conditions, because they are challenging. And you can see there, some of these boats, very different designs. It's interesting to see the difference in some of these VAR boats, as we see the athlete from Kazakhstan in lane 9, that's Maxim Bogaterev, in the outside lane in the bright green. So yes, it'll...
Sorry, I was going to say there's certainly a lot more technology coming into the Paracanoe. Made its debut in 2016 at the Rio Paralympics, and so every year they're getting more technical. You know, we're learning more about the sport, and obviously there's more people doing it as well, which is great to see. I'm just looking at the results here from the 2024 World Championships, so last year, and it was David Gonzalez from Spain. He took out the World Championship title, so he's in lane 8 in this race. We're missing the Brazilian silver medalist, but our bronze medalist from last year was Yuta Takagi from Japan. He is in lane 3 today. Ben Sainsbury, he is a former world champion. He wasn't overseas last year, but he, like you said, he'll be one to look out for from Australia there in lane 5. But yeah, this is going to be a very, very tactical race, and the guys will know that, and I'm sure the coaches have really chatted before they came out to make sure they get their tactics right. But also, you don't want to be too rigid in your race plan either. You want to make sure that you're flowing with the conditions and that you're making the most out of it. I think maybe we're missing Ben Sainsbury from the middle lane there. Disappointing to see, because we're Australians and we would have liked to see the Australian out there, but that's okay. We're often racing now. It looks like lane 7, Dennis there from France has had the better of the start. He's paddling there on his right side, as well as lane 3, Japan. That is Takaki. He got the bronze medal at last year's World Championships, and he's starting to run away with this race, that's for sure. Lane 2 next to him is the German athlete, that's Berthold. He's going to try and stick onto the Japanese athlete as much as he can as we start to near the middle of this race and the guys really start to stretch out. You can see a few of them making more changes than others. Some of them are going to opt to stay on the same side. If you stay on the same side, you're going to keep as much boat run as you can. When you're changing sides, you're losing a bit of boat run, but it also might give you a bit more steering capability. And in conditions like this, steering sometimes pays the bills, as our Japanese athlete Takaki there still in the front, in the lead. He's maybe a boat length in front now as he just makes a change there, coming into the last 20 meters there. Berthold there from Germany, still in the silver position, but it is Japan that takes the gold medal. Silver medal will go to Germany, and the bronze medal there to India. Kumar there from India. A very, very good race as the rest of the field come across the line.
Fantastic result, and I tell you, great result there from the Japanese paddler. But I tell you what, there'll be some celebrations in India with Yash Kumar taking the bronze there. India have really worked hard to build up a Paracanoe team, and to get a result now and to get that bronze medal, I think they'd be pretty darn excited about that. But Yuta Takagi, as Elise said, switching hands often during the race just to keep the momentum going and to keep the direction going, and he really did tame these tricky conditions. David Gonzalez over here, the closest to the camera, didn't have the race that he might have been expecting. Moritz Berthold from Germany took the silver, and Yash Kumar, as I mentioned, from India. Good result for the Indian team. He will take home the bronze medal. Well done to Yash Kumar.
Very happy with that result. Obviously, there was no paras at last weekend's World Cup 1, so this is their international debut for this year at this weekend's World Cup, and obviously a very, very good start to his international season, that's for sure, and taking a lot of confidence as he leads through the rest of the season. So confirmation of the results, Japan to Takagi, in first position, 105.26. The silver medal to Germany, Berthold, 1.89 seconds behind. And like you said, the Indians will be cheering from home, I'm sure, with that bronze medal. As we move now into the women's VL1 200 meters, they'll be just behind the guys. I'm sure they watched a few of that race there and trying to take a few pointers. And the other thing some of the athletes will do is try and start next to the start line as much as they can to try and listen to the start call and listen to how the starter is making the call.
Yeah, it's a really good point, just to get a bit of a head start, maybe get a bit of an insight into how the race might pan out. Good to see athletes from all over the world here in Poland this week. We're only having 2 World Cups this year. I think next year we might actually have 3 World Cups on the program, which will be exciting, plus a World Championship, so extra opportunities for people to paddle as we build up momentum towards LA in 2028. But now let's turn our attention to this women's VL1 200-meter final. Just the 5 boats in it. And we have here, representing Italy, Victoria Shablova; representing Chile, Jocelyn Munez; representing Poland, Karolina Bronovich; representing India, Pooja Ojha; and representing Japan, Monika Suryu. So 5 athletes competing for the medals here in this. This will be our final for today. And then we've got a bit of a break for sausage roll time, and then we'll be back this afternoon. If you want to keep watching, you can watch it on Planet Canoe on our YouTube site. All the races are there, and of course you can go back and relive all the great moments. You might, for example, want to go back and relive that race when Elise choked. She was so emotional before at the very, very start. You can go back and you can watch all of those races. You should, no. There, but for the grace of God, Elise, I can tell you. All right, we're starting to move into position now for this women's VL1 200-meter final. There's Pooja Ojha from India. She'll go from lane 6. Right next to her, Karolina Bronovich from Poland. Jocelyn Munez from Chile in lane number 4. There's Monika Tsuyu from Japan. Of course, she had a lot of support at the Tokyo Olympics, Monika Tsuyu, and I remember in the lead up to the Tokyo Olympics, there was so much interest in this athlete, and I wonder the pressure that she must have been under going into the Tokyo Paralympics. But we're now moving into position for this women's VL1 200 meter final.
And it's Shabalova, I think, would go in as the favourite here from Italy. She's last year's world champion, and just trying to pull into the start gates now. She's on your far side. She's in lane 3. Got the blue top of her boat over there. You can just see the Polish athlete just a little bit sideways. It is very difficult to hold your boat straight in these conditions, that's for sure, and she'd be feeling a little bit stressed, but I'm sure the girls are encouraging her nicely. The whole para cohort over here are very, very friendly and always want to help and always want to give as much support as they can. So she'll just be backing out now, trying to re-straighten her boat and come back into those start gates as we're ready for a start. And the rest of the athletes are just holding as still as they can. You can see there with the flag just how windy it is, and my heart goes out to her because that is a tough position to be in, and it's certainly not easy to navigate your way back to the start gate around the other paddler, and then she wants to obviously get her nose in and pull her tail around and make sure she's as straight as possible coming into the start gate. But I'm sure the home crowd are certainly behind her, and she would have done a lot of racing here in Poznan as well, so I'm sure this isn't the first time it's happened, as you see a few of the other athletes just starting to back out of the gates now. But like I said, the para athletes here, they're really, really supportive of each other, and it's what's really cool about our sport. And I sit on a lot of athlete advisory committees across the Australian sporting landscape, is that our sport's one of the only sports on the program that have the para athletes and the able-bodied athletes at the same World Cups and World Championship events. And we train together. As an example, a lot of my career I trained with Curtis McGrath because, you know, he's doing the same times as what I was doing as an able-bodied female athlete, and we travel together, we train together, you know, we're doing so much together. And so it is a unique position that we're in for our sport, and it's weird for us to be separate in an Olympic year and a Paralympic year, whereas for other sports that's just the norm. So I hope to see one day that a lot of other sports can follow our lead and be in together as they start off with the race now. And it is Shabalova there from Italy. She's got the better of the start, I think. Maybe also lane 7, the Japanese athlete Tsuyu. She's had a very good start, looking to her male counterpart in the earlier race before. He had a brilliant race, and so they're obviously really putting some great training together over there in Japan. But it is Italy out there in that far lane at the moment. She's just stroking on that left side, just trying to counteract that crosswind that we do have today. As you see her just starting to turn the boat as we're coming through the 100-meter mark now. It is still Italy, Japan, and then a blanket for third between Chile and India for third at the moment, fighting out for that bronze medal. But it is the Italian there over in that far side, maybe just starting to creep ahead, maybe a little bit of a, not even a quarter of a nose in front as we come towards that finish line. She's really starting to dig deep as she starts to maybe tighten up a little bit, but it does look like it's going to go all her way. Maybe not actually as we come in the finish line. I've called it too soon. It is the Japanese athlete Tsuyu there coming through with the win over the Italian Shabalova. And then I think in third it will be our Chilean friend. She has just realized the Japanese have gone back-to-back in the VL1, men and women. What a race and what a finish. I really called that too early, Ross.
Look, I was watching, I thought, oh, Elise, you might be going early here, because I could see Shabalova. She was going up and down in the one spot there for a little bit. And Monika Tsuyu on this side of the course really was sprouting wings as she got towards the finish line, and I could feel your pain as you looked across, and you could see that in fact it looked like your very bold call might not come to fruition. But you can have a look here. She got away very fast, Shabalova. A very good even race from the Japanese paddler Monica Suyu. She's so experienced. She would never allow herself to get to let her mind run away with the race. So she's just trusting her body, trusting her instincts, and you can see here just absolutely sprouting wings as she hit the finish line. The Japanese paddler, I think she just did it just to annoy Elise, and she's done that. So congratulations, Monica Suyu. She looks around, she goes, "Did I do it?" Yes, you did, Monica Suyu. So she's be very happy with that. A World Cup Paracanowe gold medal, timing her finish to perfection. I feel a little bit for Victoria Shabalova. She basically had that race under her control, but just not able to finish off. And Jocelyn Munez from Chile will finish up with the bronze medal. So congratulations to all those athletes. And poor old Carolina Bronovich, I wonder how much of her race was already run by the time she got out on the course, given the problems she was having getting into the start block. All right, so that wraps up what's been an exciting session of finals racing here from Poznan. We hope you've really enjoyed it. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. As I mentioned, if you want to catch more of the action this afternoon, the Planet Canoe YouTube page is the best way to do it. Of course, we will have live coverage throughout the weekend of all the finals action, as well as the 5,000 meters on Sunday as well. So lots of great canoe and kayaking options coming your way. Elise, thank you once again. Outstanding job behind the microphone. Really, you bring a professional touch to our coverage. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. And for now, we'll be back in about an hour or so on our streaming service. But for now, from Poznan, from me, Ross Solly, and my co-commentator, Elise Wood. Bye for now.
Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynamy ceremonię medalową. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the medal ceremony. Puchar Świata w kajakarstwie Poznań, Malta 2025. ICF Canoe Sprint World Cup Poznań 2025. Ceremonia medalowa wyścigu C2 kobiet na dystansie 500 metrów. The medal ceremony of C2 Women 500 meters. Medale wręczać będą pan Liksin, skarbnik ICF w towarzystwie team lidera z Węgier. The medal will be awarded by Linksin, treasurer of the ICF, accompanied by team leader of Hungary. Miejsce trzecie i brązowy medal. Third place and the bronze medal. Yananma Menjiangsu, China. Miejsce drugie i srebrny medal. Second place and the silver medal. Zoe Wojtyk, Katie Vincent, Canada. Miejsce pierwsze i złoty medal otrzymują first place and the gold medal Agnes Annakis Biancanagi, Hungary, Węgry. Dziękujemy i gratulujemy. Thank you and congratulations. Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynamy ceremonię dekoracji. Puchar Świata w karcie Poznań Malta 2025 ICF Canoe Sprint World Cup Poznan 2025. The medal ceremony of C1 Men 500 meters. Ceremonia medalowa zwycięzców wyścigu C1 500 metrów mężczyzn. Medale wręczać będą. The medal will be awarded by Ms. Bridget Hartley, przewodniczącą Komitetu Sportowców ICF, chairman of the ICF Athletes Committee, accompanied by w towarzystwie team lidera Czech, accompanied by team leader of Czechia. The bronze medal and the third place, Daniel Fejes, Hungary. Silver medal, the second place and the silver medals go to the Mattia Alfonsi, Italy, Włochy. Pierwsze miejsce i złoty medal, the first place and the gold medal, Martin Fuchsa, Czechia, Czechy. Dziękujemy i gratulujemy. Thank you and congratulations. Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynamy ceremonię dekoracji. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the medal ceremony. Puchar Świata w kajakarstwie Poznań Malta 2025. The ICF Canoe Sprint World Cup Poznan 2025. Ceremonia dekoracji zwycięzców wyścigu K4 500 metrów mężczyzn. The medal ceremony of K4 men 500 meters. Medale wręczać będzie pan Krzysztof Racut, wiceprezes Polskiego Związku Kajakowego. The medals will be awarded by Mr. Krzysztof Racut, Vice President of Polish Canoe Association, accompanied by, w towarzystwie, team lidera z Niemiec, team leader of Germany. Miejsce trzecie i brązowy medal. The third place and the bronze medal. Jakub Stepun, Jarosław Kajdanek, Walerii Wiczew, Sławomir Witczak, Poland, Polska! Miejsce drugie i srebrny medal. Second place and the silver medal. Bensenada, Zalan Imre, Hidvegi, Hunor Hamas, Hidvegi and George Zoltan Keller, Hungary, Węgry. Miejsce pierwsze i złote medale. The first place and the gold medal go to the Max Rentschmidt, Max Lemke, Jacob Schopp, Anton Winkelmann, Germany, Niemcy. Dziękujemy i gratulujemy. Thank you and congratulations. Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynamy ceremonię dekoracji. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the medal ceremony. Puchar Świata w kajakarstwie Poznań Malta 2025, the ICF Canoe Sprint World Cup Poznan 2025. Ceremonia dekoracji zwyciężczyń wyścigu K4 500 metrów kobiet. The medal ceremony of K4 women 500 meters. Medale wręczać będzie. The medals will be awarded by Mr. Ireneusz Placharczyk, dyrektor generalny Pucharu Świata w kajakarstwie, General Director of Organizing Committee, w towarzystwie accompanied by German team leaders, team leader Niemiec. Medale brązowe, trzecie miejsce zdobyły Kyle Charlen, Natalię Drobot, Aleksandra Clarke, Claudię Bailey, Australia. Miejsce drugie, srebrny medal. Second place in the silver medal. Karolina Naja, Sandra Ostrowska, Julia Olszewska i Adrianna Konkol. Poland, Polska! Pierwsze miejsce i złoty medal, the first place and the gold medal go to the Paulina Pasek, Jule Marie Hacke, Paulin Jaksz, Hanna Spielhagen, Germany, Niemcy. Dziękujemy i gratulujemy. Thank you and congratulations. Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynamy ceremonię dekoracji. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the medal ceremony. Puchar Świata w kajakarstwie Poznań Malta 2025, the ICF Canoe Sprint World Cup Poznan 2025. Ceremonia dekoracji zwyciężczyń wyścigu K1 kobiet na dystansie 1000 metrów. The medal ceremony of K1 Women 1000 meters. Medale wręczać będą. The medal will be awarded by Miss Bridget Hartley, przewodniczącą Komitetu do Spraw Sportowców ICF, the chairman of the ICF Athletes Committee, accompanied by w towarzystwie team lidera Nowej Zelandii, Team Leaders of New Zealand. Miejsce trzecie i brązowy medal. The third place and the bronze medal. Nanwang, China, Chiny. Miejsce drugie i srebrny medal. Second place and the silver medal. Zoka Tsikos, Hungary, Węgry. Miejsce pierwsze i złoty medal. The first place and the gold medal. Aime Fisher, New Zealand, Nowa Zelandia. Dziękujemy i gratulujemy. Thank you and congratulations. Zapraszamy team lidera. Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynamy ceremonię dekoracji. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the medal ceremony. Puchar Świata w kajakarstwie Poznań 2025. ICF Canoe Sprint World Cup Poznan 2025. Ceremonia dekoracji wyścigu C1 mężczyzn na dystansie 200 metrów. The medal ceremony of C1 men 200 meters. Medale wręczać będą pan Waldemar Witkowski, senator Rzeczpospolitej Polski, w towarzystwie Ireneusza Pracharczyka, dyrektora generalnego Pucharu Świata w kajakarstwie. The medal will be awarded by Mr. Waldemar Witkowski, senator of the Republic of Poland, accompanied by Ireneusz Pracharczyk, general director of organizing committee. Miejsce trzecie i brązowy medal. The third place and the bronze medal Mattia Alfonsi, Włochy, Italii. Miejsce drugie i srebrny medal. The second place and the silver medal. Andrii Rybaczok, Ukraina, Ukraine. Miejsce pierwsze i złoty medal. The first place and the gold medal. Oleksii Koliadek, Poland, Polska. Dziękujemy i gratulujemy. Thank you and congratulations. Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynamy ceremonię dekoracji. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the medal ceremony. Puchar Świata w kajakarstwie Poznań 2025. ICF Canoe Sprint World Cup Poznań 2025. Ceremonia dekoracji zwycięzców wyścigu K1 mężczyzn na dystansie 200 metrów. The medal ceremony of K1 men 200 meters. Medale wręczać będą pan Toshi Furua, członek Komitetu Technicznego do spraw sprintów kajakowych Międzynarodowej Federacji Kajakowej w towarzystwie team lidera Norwegii. The medal will be awarded by Toshi Furua, chair of the ICF Canoe Sprint Committee, accompanied by team leader of Norway. Miejsce trzecie i brązowy medal. The third place and the bronze medal. Balázs Brikas, Hungary.
Дуже плохо слышно. Я не звук, я хочу... Мы можем и там стать. Вот сейчас будет лучше.
Miejsce drugie i srebrny medal. Second place and the silver medal. Kolos Attila Tsimadia, Hungary, Węgry. Miejsce pierwsze i złoty medal. The first place and the gold medal. Gunnar Nidal Eide, Norway, Norwegia. Dziękujemy i gratulujemy. Thank you and congratulations. Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynamy ceremonię dekoracji. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the medal ceremony. Puchar Świata w parakajakarstwie Poznań 2025. The ICF Paracanowe Sprint World Cup Poznan 2025. Ceremonia dekoracji wyścigu POL1 mężczyzn na dystansie 200 metrów. The medal ceremony of POL1 men 200 meters. Medale wręczać będą pan John Edwards, przewodniczący Komitetu Technicznego do spraw parakajakarstwa Międzynarodowej Federacji Kajakowej w towarzystwie team lidera Japonii. The medal will be awarded by Mr. John Edwards, chair of the ICF Paracanowe Committee, accompanied by team leader of Japan. Miejsce trzecie i brązowy medal. The third place and the bronze medal, Yash Kumar, India. Miejsce drugie i srebrny medal, the second place and the silver medal, Moritz Berthold, Germany, Niemcy. Pierwsze miejsce i złoty medal, the first place and the gold medal go to the Yuta Takagi from Japan, Japonia. Dziękujemy i gratulujemy. Thank you and congratulations. Szanowni Państwo, rozpoczynamy ceremonię dekoracji. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the medal ceremony. Puchar Świata w parakarstwie Poznań 2025, ICF Canoe Paracanoing Sprint World Cup Poznań 2025. Ceremonia dekoracji zwyciężczyń wyścigu VL1 kobiet na dystansie 200 metrów. The medal ceremony of VL1 women 200 meters. Medale wręczać będą pan Diego Doda, członek Komitetu Technicznego do spraw parakarstwa Międzynarodowej Federacji Kajakowej, w asyście team lidera Japonii. The medal will be awarded by Mr. Diego Doga, ICF Paracanowe Committed member, accompanied by team leader of Japan. Miejsce trzecie i brązowy medal. The third place and the bronze medal. Yocenil Munoz, Chile. Miejsce drugie, srebrny medal. Second place and the silver medal. Wiktoria Psiciowa Szablowa, Italii, Włochy. Miejsce pierwsze i złoty medal. The first place and the gold medal. Monika Seriu, Japan, Japonia. Dziękujemy i gratulujemy. Thank you and congratulations. Szanowni Państwo, to ostatni akcent medalowy na dzisiaj, a już dosłownie za 10 minut powracamy na tor na wyścigi C1 kobiet na dystansie 200 metrów. Będzie to jeden z pierwszych z 4 przedbiegów właśnie C1 kobiet na dystansie 200 metrów.
a line for the waist on this side.
Sorry, say that again. Tomorrow.
Oh, I haven't. No, I'm.
He's no.
Oh, he's gone that way.
Yes.
He's gone that way. I don't know if he's going.
Ja, aber ich finde das so ein bisschen, das ist ganz cool, wenn wir haben ja so eine Vitrine und so eine.
Karina is coming here for this. Something like that. Terade.
5 minutes to race number 106, C1 women.
Hello everybody, welcome to the afternoon session of day 2 of the Canoe Sprint World Cup, coming to you live from Poznan. As we can see, the temperature is 16 degrees, water temperature 20 degrees, and the wind speed is 2.9 meters per second coming from the side. My name is Jen Egan-Simmons and I'm a multiple World Championship medalist, and I'm joined by chief commentator Ross Sully. Ross, the next few hours are going to be full of excitement as athletes look to progress from heats to semi-final stages. And Ross should be with us shortly, but as we can see, there's a little bit of wind on the course at the moment as the C1 women 200 meters look to line up for the heat 1. So we got at 4:10 C1 women 200 meter heats, followed at 4:30 K1 women 200 meter heats, followed at 4:55 K1 men 500 meter heats, C2 men 500 meter heats at 5:25, then 5:45 K2 women 500 meter heats, and 6:10 K2 men 500 meter heats. So we've got an exciting afternoon of racing ahead, so please stay with us for all these heats that we're going to see. You can see every race from every World Cup live on the ICF Canoe YouTube channel. So please tune in over the next few days as well. We are here for another 2 days after today for the rest of the World Cup in Poznan. So we've got the C1 women heats coming up now. We'll have 3 heats in this category. 1 to 6 will progress straight through to the semi-final, with the 3 by 7th best times also going through to the semi-final. So here we have lane 2, La Madrid, lane from Cuba, lane 3, Nigeria, Faloki, lane 4, Ukraine, Fedoriv, lane 5, Japan, Kiriaki, lane 6, Mexico, Pimentel, lane 7, Croatia, Tot, lane 8, Canada, Jensen, lane 9, Sun from China. So ones to look out for in this heat. Lane 8, Canada, Sophia Jensen. She was 9th in the A final last week in Szeged in the C1 200 meters. Also, Sun from China was 2nd in the B final in Szeged. And also look out for Tot in lane 7, who's a European Championship medalist in the C1 200 meters in 2022.
Right, Jen, can you hear me now?
Yes, Ross,
Thank
you're with us.
goodness for that. I don't know what happened here with my microphone. It just died all of a sudden, but it's back up and working now. So excellent job, Jenny, carrying the can there while the unprofessional member of the team tries to get his act together. Yes, here we go. We are in for an exciting afternoon of racing. If you've missed any of this morning's racing, as Jen was just telling us, it's all there on our Planet Canoe YouTube channel. So we are going to kick off this afternoon with the women's C1 200, the first heat, and of course this is the Olympic distance, the Olympic event, and as you rightly said, there's some cracking athletes. Meng Sun, of course, closest to the camera, a member of that triumphant women's C2 team. It's just all conquering Chinese women's C2 team, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes as an individual paddler here. And look at that over in lane 4. That is the Ukrainian, I think, Ernia Federov, who I've not seen a lot of before, and she has absolutely charged out of the start block. So the first 6 and the 3 7th best times will go through to the semi-final. So no direct qualification, but a very strong start there, Jen, for Irina Federov from Ukraine, out to make an early statement.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's being challenged by Sophia Jensen from Canada and also China, Sun. So it's going to be interesting to see now. I think she's going to... Oh, it's very tight for first place there between Ukraine and China. I don't know, that's very hard to call. Ross, can you call it, or will we wait for confirmation?
I think she got there. She was definitely tightening up as she got towards the finish line, and every muscle in her body was aching, but she somehow managed to will the boat over the line. Meng Sun absolutely flew home, I think snatched 2nd spot, and Sophia Jensen from Canada will have taken 3rd spot. But yeah, she absolutely went out like the clappers, didn't she, out of the starting blocks. and just struggling a little bit towards the end, but she'd got a big enough gap between herself and the rest of the field. Look at that gap there. Of course, that angle is a little bit deceiving, but a really strong race there from Irina Fedorov. Of course, the Ukrainians have been very strong. Well, actually, turned out to be a bit closer than I thought, but she got there, the Ukrainian. They all go through the first 6 through to the straight through to the semi-final, and then the 3/7 best time. So let's have a look for the official results of who's got the nervous weight now ahead of them. It'll be the Japanese paddler Teruki Kiriaki, who now has to wait for the time, the official time. Great to see Nigeria represented here. Goodness for Loki out there racing. Incredibly, we've been talking about this, Jen, how international our sport is, and look at the continents and the countries that are represented in that first heat of the women's 200. Absolutely wonderful to see from all corners of the globe as we prepare now for the second heat. And some big names in this race. We have in lane 1 Audrey Harper from the United States. In lane 2 Eugenie Derange from France. In lane 3 from Poland Katarina Spekerowicz. In lane 4, great to see her back paddling, from Ukraine, Ludmila Luzan. In lane 5 from Germany, it's Annika Loschk. In lane 6 from Great Britain, Bethany Gill. In lane 7, the mercurial Cuban, Ciruelo Du Bois. In lane 8, Messi Liu from China. And in lane number 9, Martina Malakova. This is a stacked heat, this one, Jen.
Yeah, absolutely, Ross. I think you can't look past lane 4, Ludmila Luzan, Olympic medalist in Tokyo 2020, bronze medalist in the C1 200 meters in this event. And she also won her heat yesterday in the C1 500 meters to ease straight through to the A final. So look out for lane 4. Lane 3, also Spekerowicz from Poland. She's a bronze medalist in the C1 200 meters from Szeged a week ago. So I'm sure she's going to be looking to show a strong performance here now in the women's C1 200 meter heat 2 as they come to the start line and into the starting buckets.
I'm always fascinated to see what game the Cuban brings, because on her day, she's a bronze medalist from last year in Paris, and I remember at the start of, was it last year, she came out and just blitzed everybody at the World Cups, and probably at that stage may even have been the early Olympic favourite, but then she can have some off days as well, so let's see how she goes today. It looks like we might have a little problem at the start, but they're just backing out there in lane number 6, is it? It looks like it might be Bethany Gill from Great Britain, who's having to back out and straighten up. Just there is a bit of a crosswind, and of course, Jen, for the canoe paddlers, it's particularly challenging, isn't it, to make sure they can get their boats straight and that they can be steady in their boats.
Yes, for sure, Ross. They don't have any steering system in their boats, so in the kayaks we have steering systems. So we have a rudder and a tiller bar that we're able to steer, but the C1s have no steering system, so they have to steer with their paddle stroke. So they're in the buckets now, and they're off to a flying start. Keep an eye out for Cuba, lane 7, lane 4, Ukraine, and lane 3, Poland. I think they're going to be the ones that dominate this C1 200 meter heat 2. And as we can see, Cuba have gotten away to a flying start. That's Du Bois from Cuba in lane 7. Great to see her here at the Sprint World Cup in Poznan. She's been challenged by Luzan, who's the Olympic bronze medalist in this event in C1 200 meters in Tokyo 2020. So she's really showing that there's going to be a big race here between Luzan and Du Bois. But not to forget, top 6 goes straight through to the semi-final, and the 3 best 7th times.
So it's Du Bois and Luzan. Maybe Luzan finishing the better of the two. It's going to be, oh yes, just, I think, Ludmila Luzan, just being the professional that she is, timing that to perfection, just edging out Yarasides Ciruelo Du Bois from Cuba, who went out really, really good and looks to be in very good form. But as does Ludmila Luzan. Look at that. She's got a business face on. That is the don't mess with me face that she sometimes brings to race day. just getting that job done, going back into the sheds now and regrouping and thinking about the next race. So a really strong performance there. I didn't see who got third in that race, but certainly the first two, the Ukrainian and the Cuban, it was a pretty strong race for third. We'll have to watch it. Here we go. Let's have a look at the replay. Maybe up there it was the Polish paddler, I think. Looking at that, Spirovich just edging ahead of the Chinese paddler Lu. And we look down there, it might be Bethany Gill in lane 9. Bethany Gill, who might be the one who might struggle there to get through to the next round. But we'll wait for the official confirmation. Yep, so there we go. Top 6 through. And then Anika Loschke, who's not had the start to this year that we might have expected from Anika Loschke. She's certainly last year one of the top female paddlers in the canoe, so she's having a slow start to the season. She's got to wait now to see how her time stacks up. Martina Malikova will miss out, as will Bethany Gill, who had a little bit of a problem at the start. Good to see Jen again, and we keep going on about it, but good to see the young American Audrey Harper putting in a strong performance again. She's just a teenager, but she's really, every time she goes out on the water, she seems to be getting that little bit better.
Yeah, for sure, Ross, and she'll have a lot to build on now, probably hoping to compete in LA 2028. And here we have the C1 women 200 meter heat free lining up. So in lane 2, Takas from Hungary, lane 3, Chile, Maillard, lane 4, Great Britain, Fitzhenry, lane 5, Poland, Baraska, lane 6, USA, Gazilia, lane 7, Latvia, Tobe, lane 8, Kai from Taipei, and lane 9, Czech, Rahova. So this is really interesting now, Ross. I'm sure you know, but Maillard from Chile is back after giving birth only 2.5 months ago. And I think it's phenomenal to see her here after giving birth to her baby boy, Theo. And she has the partner, the French legend, Maxime Beaumont, here with her also in Poznan.
I mean, that is incredible, is it not? I mean, I hear a lot of athletes, and I've heard a lot of the slalom athletes who have gone off and they've had babies and they're taking the whole year off. But Maria Maillard, to get back out there and to be paddling already is amazing. So let's just see. They say, Jen, that you get extra strength after you've been through childbirth, and you can manage to fight your way through pain a lot more than you might normally do. So let's just see if that plays out. But we're underway, and look over there in lane number 1. It is the Hungarian Kinso Takacs, who was very good last week. Right next to her it is Maillard, and then it's the Polish paddler Borowska in the middle of the field, also a very consistent female canoe paddler. So Borowska probably just holding the lead at the moment, just steadying her stroke at the moment though, as Takacs tries to make a bit of a move on her. It's a bit hard on that angle to find out what exactly the lead is, but it is Borowska just ahead of Takacs. Maybe Maillard is in third position at the moment, ahead of, I think, Gazilla from the United States. Crossing the line, Poland first, Hungary second, and then the American Gazilla, I think, possibly finishing. No, sorry, they've left out Maillard there. Maillard got third, I think, which is a very, very good performance. But Dorota Borowska at home, in front of a home crowd, looking pretty comfortable out there and getting the job done. We'll just see official confirmation, make sure there were no problems with athletes going out of their lanes, etc. It looked like in lane 7, the Latvian Sabine Torb had a bit of an issue getting out of the start, as did the athlete from Taipei, Shuhan Kao. So they might be the two that will have a nervous wait now to see if they'll get through, but we'll await the official judge's verdict on that.
And interesting there, Ross, Afton Fitzhenry, I think, got one of the top 6 places to progress there. And Afton has actually been doing some bobsleighing this year in the winter time. And I was talking to Emma Wiggs about this yesterday. I think it's quite good sometimes for athletes to mix it up. But there we have confirmation of the top 6 that qualified through. Taipei will have to wait and see if they get one of the 7th best times to qualify through to the semi-final. And that's always a bit of a nervous wait.
Yeah, I'm looking at 3 of the 7th best times will go through. So, and there's 4 heats, so only 1 of the heats will miss out with the 7th place getter. So that's a nervous wait, isn't it, for those that finish 7th. So this is the final heat of the women's C1 200, and look at that name there, the Olympic champion Katie Vincent, lane 6 representing Canada. Always fantastic to see her racing. Lane 1, Japan, Megumi Sabota. In lane 2, representing Mexico, Ana Cecilia Martinez Gonzalez. Lane 3 from Denmark, Anna Norvanquist. In lane 4, representing Hungary, it's Rika Opavsky. In lane 5, representing Georgia, Miriami Kurdikashvili. In lane 6, it is Katie Vincent. In lane 7, Sin Tun Chain. In lane 8, it's the German Lena Marie Belecki. So Katie Vincent, the absolute professional that she is, back racing, was good last week, but still I don't think at her peak. Let's see how she goes today. It's going to be a good race. Rika Opavsky from Hungary in lane 4 is pretty formidable, and of course Kurdikashvili has some very good speed out of the blocks, so early on might put a bit of a challenge out there, but I really would be surprised to see anyone in this field knocking off Katie Vincent in this heat. But funnier things have happened, and with the guarantee of the top 6 going through, I guess, Jen, that takes a bit of the pressure off all these athletes as they start to move up behind the starting blocks. You can see there with the wind, you can see the flags fluttering, so it is a little bit challenging, but we've had not too many problems today so far, thankfully. So, and not so many false starts this week. Last week, goodness me, we had a lot of false starts. I think they've all been practicing their starts throughout the week. We've not had so many false starts this week, which I for one, am very, very happy about, Jen.
Yeah, it's definitely a stressful situation when there's a lot of false starts, because for people only coming in now to watch and don't know the rules, you can have 1 false start but not a second false start in a row, because then you get disqualified. But as you said, Ross, hard to look past Katie Vincent in this heat as probably the strongest competitor here. She'll be looking for revenge, I'd say, from last week. She just missed a bronze medal in the C1 200 meters by 0.1 of a second, so I'm sure she'd be wanting to get on that podium here in Poznan. But here they are, they're off to a flying start, and as we can see, Vincent takes it out from the start in lane 6. Top 6 get through from this through to the semi-final with the 3 best 7 times. So we can see Vincent taking it out now, just ahead of lane 4, Opavsky from Hungary, who came 8th in Szeged last weekend. And in between Opavsky from Hungary and Vincent is Georgia Kurdikashvili. So she's showing very strong performance here. And it looks to be like Vincent in the lead, just slightly ahead of Opavsky from Hungary. So it'll be interesting to see now if Vincent will want to win this, or she might be happy to just come in a top 6 place, or first or second, to conserve energy. But she takes the win, Vincent. Second place is Hungary, Opavsky, and third place, Georgia. So well done to those 3 athletes, and then the rest of the field, the top 6 progressing through to the semi-final.
Yeah, very professional, getting the job done there for Katie Vincent, not overextending herself, although looking at her now, she certainly looks pretty spent after that 200 meters, but she got the job done and is safely through now, and her time, I think, will be pretty reasonable up alongside the earlier heats. Good race there for Rika Opavsky from Hungary as well. And as you called, Jen, Miriami Kurdikashvili from Georgia, getting up there and trying to split the 2 and taking 3rd spot. There we go. Look, at not a big margin, but comfortable enough for Katie Vincent, just to make sure that she's safely through. And we'll just wait to see who finished in 7th in that field, and then we'll leave it to the judges to work out. In fact, I tell you what, we can probably do it. I can probably do it. We'll just, so there in 7th place is I think it is Subota from Japan. Is it? Let's just have a look here. So Sopota's time is a 55.3. Let me go back to heat 3. The time there was a 57, so no. 50 for Martina Malikova, so she's fine. And in the first heat, it was 51.72. So I think that heat there, the paddler to miss out will be the paddler from heat number 3, that Shuhan Chai from Taipei, who had a 57.47, I think. But that's not official, Jen, as people have learned who have heard me commentating for many years. Take anything I say with a pinch of salt, because quite often it can have no facts behind it at all, and it's just something that I've made up on the spot. But I just looked at the times, and that's what I'm going off for now.
Yeah, I think you're pretty accurate there now, Ross. I'm sure the judges will be agreeing with you on that one, so well done for calculating that. But here we are, heat 1 of K1 women 200 meters. In lane 1, we've got Slovenia, Osterman. Lane 2, ICF Soltani. Lane 3, Ukraine, Dyachenko. Lane 4, Denmark, Mathiasen. Lane 5, China, Chen. Lane 6, Poland, Ostrowska. Lane 7, New Zealand, Brett. Lane 8, Mexico, Hernandez. And lane 9, Italy, Rizglod.
So looking at this field, Olivia Brett's been very impressive last week in the 200, and has shown a good turn of speed here. So looking to carry on the very, very good work of Lisa Carrington, who of course dominated 200 meter racing for so long. I think before it was taken out of the Olympics, I think Lisa Carrington's record was that she hadn't been beaten since before the London 2012 Olympics, which was quite extraordinary, beaten at an international level. Lisa Carrington taking this year off, and her teammate Olivia Brett stepping up to the plate. It'll be interesting to see if Olivia can take out this race here. Sandra Ostrowska, from Poland, right next to her, might be the biggest challenge, but they're underway. And yes, Olivia Brett did get away to a very good start, as did the Dane Matteson in lane 4. So she has flown out of the starting blocks as well. So it is Denmark's Matteson in front. Right next to her is the Ukrainian Dyachenko. Olivia Brett sitting back there, possibly in third, although in lane 1, the veteran Anja Osterman has also got a very, very good start. So again, it'll be the first 6 guaranteed to go straight through, and it is Matteson at the moment leading the way. Osterman in lane 1, putting down the challenge, and between them, the Ukrainian Dyachenko. But Matteson and Osterman, Matteson gets it from Osterman, Dyachenko gets third. No, I don't think that's right. Ignore that, because I'm pretty certain that Matteson got the gig ahead of the ahead of Osterman, and I reckon Dyachenko actually got third. So I don't think those results that you saw come up on the water were correct, but a very strong performance there from Frederick Matteson. Shows the benefit in a 200 meter race, Jen. If you can get a start, if you can get a jump on the rest of the field, it can prove so beneficial. Everyone else has to then run you down, and that's exactly what Frederick Matteson did in that race.
Yeah, Frederick Matteson is a super speedy 200 meter paddler and 500 meter paddler. I've trained with her over the years, and she's got very much fast twitch muscles. And you know, she was world champion in K2 500 meters in 2023 with Emma Jorgensen, who has since retired, but she's also been under 23 world champion in 2021 in the K1 200 meters. So you know, she has a lot of experience behind her. And last week in Szeged, she also won the silver medal with her K2 partner, Sarah Milters. So as you can see here now, she's really showing that she is a strong K1 paddler also in these World Cup events this year.
Yeah, looking at that replay, no doubt about that. I don't know why that they had Ukraine up. I think the Ukrainian finished in third position, Dyachenko. So good to see Anja Osterman paddling well again. I mean, I'm sure you've raced many races against Anja Osterman over the years, Jen. She's such a fierce competitor, and good to see her out there having another Olympic campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. Another mum that's kayaking, so
Yep.
It's great to see. So it's brilliant to see these women, if they want to come back after having children, that the opportunity is there. They obviously have a great team around them that are supporting them. And, you know, research has shown that sometimes you come back stronger after birth. But there we have it. The heat won, and we'll have to wait and see if the 7th place Hernandez from Mexico gets one of the 3 best 7th places to progress through to the semi-final.
So the New Zealander Olivia Brett finishing back in 5th place, but that's enough to get her through. She can regroup ahead of the semi-final and come out and give that a real big shake a little bit later on in this campaign. Hope you're enjoying our coverage from Poznan in Poland. My name is Ross Solly, and with me is Jennifer Egan-Simmons, of course, multiple World Championship medalist. And it's been a great day of racing, some great finals earlier on today. Now we're turning our attention to the second heat of the women's K1 200. And in this race we have in lane 1, Abigail Burgess. In lane 2, that's from Great Britain. In lane 2 from Ukraine, Diana Rybak. In lane 3 from Latvia, Madara Aldina. In lane 4 from Denmark, Julie Barup Olsen. In lane 5 from Uzbekistan, Ekaterina Shubina. In lane 6 from Hungary, Alice Gombaz. In lane 7 from Japan, Juri Urada. And in lane 8 from Nigeria, Blessing Toba Rusa. This is a very wide open race. Even if you paid me all the money that you've got in your pocket right now, Jenny, I would not be willing to tip a winner from this race. Maybe Julie Olsen in the middle in lane 4. She was pretty fast last week. But it's a pretty even race, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'd agree with you. Olsen from Denmark in lane 4. She was 6th in the A final last week in Szeged, so I think she could be the strongest in this heat. Her boyfriend Thorben Rask had a great race earlier to progress through to the A final of the K1000 meter men, so she'd be looking to progress through the stages as he did also. So here they are under starters orders. We can see Uzbekistan, Shubina is not on the start line, so we've no lane 5, but they're off to a flying start. And we can see that lane 2 Ukraine has also gone out very hard. Rybak in lane 2 from Ukraine. So it looks like to be Ukraine in lane 2 against Olsen in lane 4 taking the lead. But this is a very powerful short race. They'll be coming through the first 100 meters now, but it seems like Olsen has her nose just about in front of Rybak. But let's not forget the top 6 get through from this. So it's not too detrimental to have to win. However, Olsen looks like she wants to show that she can dominate this heat and take the win all the way to the finish line. She looks to be in control. Olsen will take the win in lane 4, followed by followed by Hungary in lane 6 in second, and Ukraine in lane 2 in third place, Rybak. So great contest there by the ladies. As we said, we thought Olsen was going to take the win, Ross, and we got that one right.
Yeah, every now and then, just by a pure miracle, something happens. But that was a strong performance from Julie Olsen, and good to see these Danes coming through here. Of course, Emma Jorgensen for so long carrying the can for Denmark in women's paddling, and such a great leader, such a great ambassador, and had so many great results over so many Olympic Games. I'm not sure, have you heard officially, has Emma put the game away, or is she just taking a break? Have you got any good oil on that, Jen, whether she's intending to come back and paddle again?
Yeah, so I know Emma Jorgensen quite well. I've trained with her many times over the years. Also, she had a great coach, Sultan Bako. So Emma is retired from kayaking, and she's actually taken up javelin throwing, Ross. And I think she's looking to try and qualify, trying to qualify for LA 2028 in javelin throwing. And you know what? I wouldn't put my money against her doing it. She's a very talented athlete. She's got fierce determination, and she's an all-round nice person also.
Wow, you have so much fantastic information. That is fascinating, and we're all behind you, Emma. I know you're probably watching. I'm very excited. I never knew it. I never knew you had this hidden skill. All those times that I've interviewed you and talked to you, you've never said to me, hey, by the way, do you want to see me throw a javelin? Not once. So I'm a little bit surprised that you've hid that light under a bushel. But I'm going to look forward to seeing it. It'll give me a good excuse in LA to watch the javelin, which I would watch anyway, because let me tell you this, Jennifer Egan Simmons, the Australians are very, very good at javelin. In fact, we may even have the Olympic champion at the moment. Don't quote me on that, but I've just got a strong suspicion that we may have won gold in the javelin in Paris. Again, that might be something else that I've just made up, but anyway, we'll stick with it for now.
We have 2 minutes to the start, 2 minutes.
So we've got heat 3 now of the women's K1 200 meters. Lane 1 Poland Olszewska, lane 2 Canada Locke, lane 3 Hungary Ujfalvi, lane 4 Turkey Avci, lane 5 Lee Smith, lane 6 China Wang, lane 7 Clark from Australia, lane 8 Peru Helen. So the ones I think to look out for in this are Wang from China in lane 6. She's a bronze medalist from the K1 200 meters in Szeged last week.
Yeah, definitely, most definitely. She did have a 1,000-meter race earlier today, though, so it'll be interesting to see how she's pulled up from that event. But she looks really, really good. Julia Olszewska in lane 1 from Poland. Expect her to go fast, and the Hungarian Laura Ujfalvi as well is pretty fast. We'll be keen to see how Lucy Lee Smith goes from Great Britain, and of course Alexandra Clark from Australia. The Peruvian paddler is one of 2 teenagers in this race. The Canadian Callie Locke is also a teenager, so good to have some young guns in this race. The future of our sport is strong, Jen, when we have teenagers coming through and competing at this level and just soaking up everything they're learning out there and racing alongside some of these incredible paddlers. Now, I think, again, we might be missing someone from the middle of the field. I think it's the Turkish paddler, Hilal Avci, who's not out there in lane 4. So that cuts this field back to 7. So in lane 6, you'll see there the red and the yellow boat. That is Nan Wang. Was very good last week, but did have that 1,000-meter race today. So it'll be interesting to see if that's taken a toll at all. And keep your eye on the POL in lane 1 and the Hungarian in lane 3. But we're underway now. And in fact, it looks like it's the Australian, Alexandra Clark, who's jumped out and taken an early lead. Across in lane 1, it is the Polish paddler Olszewska as well. Laura Ujfalvi from Hungary up there, but it's Alexandra Clark, the Australian, who's gone out early. Now look at Nan Wang. She all of a sudden just kicks in the afterburners, and look at her race through. So Olszewska maybe at the top of the screen holding a slight lead. Look at Nan Wang. She is charging through though. Olszewska gets ahead of Wang, and I think Clark held on for 3rd. It was almost like, Jen, with 50 metres to go, Nan Wang thought, hang on a moment, I'm in the middle of a race here, I better focus, and just absolutely put the foot down and charged past the Australian Alexandra Clark like she was standing still. So that was impressive. But in lane 1 at the top of the course, it was Julia Olszewska who timed her race to perfection, didn't get stressed by Alexandra Clark's early lead, and just charged home over the top to take the win ahead of Wang and Clark.
Yeah, that was some change of gear by Wang there. Unbelievable. And great to see, you know, that she was racing the 1,000 meters and racing 200 meters. I think we're going to see that a lot more now with the new world ranking system that the ICF have put in place for us, because you can get points from all the races equally, but your best race counts for that competition. So for example, if Wang, she won a bronze medal in the K1000 meters, and let's say she's comes 4th in another race here, her 1,000 meters then is counted as that best race. So, you know, instead of putting your eggs all in one basket as such, you're able to race a few different races and give yourself the best chance in case you have a bad race in one of the events, which I think is really, really good idea.
Yeah, it's a good way. I know that the whole strategy behind it is to try and encourage all the athletes to compete at all the major events, because in the past we have had some issues with countries deciding not to send their best athletes to some events, some of the athletes choosing to miss events. And when you only have 2 World Cups on the calendar, which is what we have at the moment, I think next year we have 3. But when you only have 2 World Cups on the calendar, Jen, you really do want your very, very best athletes out there competing, don't you? Not only just because it's good for everybody, for all the competitors, but just for all the people watching right now on this live stream. They want to see the very best athletes. Back in New Zealand and Australia right now, it's the middle of the night. They don't want to get up to watch, the athletes and miss out on watching the best athletes. So I think hopefully, if the ranking system works as it's intended, we're going to see a lot more of the very best athletes stepping out and competing at all the events. That's the goal. Let's just hope it plays out.
Yeah, like you say, Ross, it'll be great to see 3 World Cups back on the calendar. We used to have 3 World Cups a few years ago, and I remember doing all 3 World Cups some of the years. And believe me, by the end of it, you're pretty spent, but it was great race practice and great atmosphere altogether. So here we have it, Heat 4, K1 Women 200 metres. Lane 1, Colombia, Castro. Lane 2, Slovenia, Medved. Lane 3, Latvia, Aldina. Lane 4, Singapore, Chen. Lane 5, Mexico, Campos. Lane 6, Italy, Zironi. Lane 7, Australia, Bailey. Lane 8, Germany, Diderix. So this one is quite open as well, I think, Ross, but I have to say I can't look past lane 6, Italy, Zironi, for this, because she's progressed immensely over the last year or two, and she's shown her form very well last week in Szeged, as well as in the K2 500 metres. She was very strong and made the A final with her partner in Szeged also. So she's super speedy out of the start bucket, so I think that she's going to lead this one out.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought last week she showed a real turn of speed, the Italian Lucrezia Zeroni, so I'm keen to see how she backs up this week, if she's also got that speed. The Slovenian Mia Medved is pretty fast as well, so maybe we might be up there challenging at some stage, but then very open between the rest of the field. But keep your eye on lane 6. That is the Italian Lucrezia Zeroni. And they're off to a pretty even start, although again in lane 7, the Australians, I think they've been working on their starts, Jen, because Claudia Bailey, just like her Australian teammate, flew out of the starting gun. But look at Zeroni now. She has now just eased herself into the lead. Across on the top of the course, it is Medved from Slovenia as well, who's gone out fast. So it's Zeroni and Medved at this stage fighting for the lead. And maybe the German Diederix is also in the mix there for a top 3 position. But it's the Italian Zeroni in front. Not by much, I don't think. It's going to come down to the wire. I'm going to give it to the Italian just ahead of, maybe just ahead of Medved and Diederix, but it's very close between the Slovenian and the German for second position. But no doubt about our winner. Well spotted, Jen, you got that one right as well. Lucrezia Zeroni carrying on her good form from last week and showing once again that she's got a very good turn of speed, getting out there, getting the job done. And yeah, she looks pretty relaxed, doesn't she, after the race?
Yeah, she sure does. And she's quite a young athlete as well. She's born only in 2002, so she's lots to build on and learn from these competitions. Also in lane 4, Chen from Singapore. She's Olympian from Paris 2024. She's improved massively over the years. And as you can see, she also got away to a flying start. So it's going to be interesting seeing the semi-finals of this. But there we see it, Zeroni first, very dominantly in first place, second place Medved, and third place Diderix. So it's going to be interesting, like I say, Ross, as we get through to the semi-final stages of this event to see who'll progress through. But there's Zeroni going in for boat weighing. And for anyone who doesn't know, the K1 boats have to weigh 12 kilograms, a minimum of 12 kilograms. So they're called in randomly to boat weighing after their competitions. and the boats are dried off and weighed by the judges and the volunteers on site.
Yeah, a lot of technical stuff. There have been many occasions where athletes have found themselves disqualified because the boat didn't weigh what it's meant to weigh. So it can be a bit nerve-wracking, but the professional athletes you would expect to get it right. There is your confirmations. Aroni first, Diedericks from Germany second, and Medved finishes in third, just 0.06 of a second between second and third. So a nice close finish. All right, now we're moving the starting buckets back to the 500 meter position for the first of the men's K1 500 heats. That is scheduled to start at 5 minutes to the hour. So we've got about 6 or 7 minutes until that race starts. So we'll take just a quick break here from the commentary position, and then Jen and I will be back with you in around 5 minutes to bring you the first of the men's K1 500 heats.
Could you play that song for me? It's my favorite song.
Czech. Lane 7, Argentina. Lane 8, Italy.
All right, so now we are turning our attention to the men's K1 500. Again, not an Olympic event, but there's some very, very fast athletes who are competing in this race. There are 5 heats, wow, in this, so no doubt about the popularity of the 500-meter race. And the first 5 and the 2 sixth best times will move into the semi-final. And look at this first heat. We've got Adam Varga from Hungary in lane 1, Alex Baracki from Poland in lane 2, Thomas Lusty from Great Britain in lane 3, Yovi Kalachelvan from Singapore in lane 4, Ian Gaudet from Canada in lane 5, Radak Sloof from Czech in lane 6, Augustin Venice from Argentina in lane 7, Francesco Lanciotti from Italy in lane 8, and Fengwei Liang from China in lane number 9. So not only do we have 5 heats, but we have 5 big heats, 9 athletes in each of the heats. And as I mentioned, the first 5 will go through, so that should make for some pretty eager racing, I think, Jen, because if you dilly-dally, you might find yourself sitting out and watching the semi-finals on the Planet Canoe, exclusive Planet Canoe live stream.
Yeah, I think you can't look past lane 1, Hungary Varga, the gold medalist from the K1 500 metres in Szeged last week. Also lane 7, Argentina, Vernice. He was 5th last week in Szeged, so they're probably the 2 strongest to look out for. Great to see lane 3, Thomas Lusty, also back competing after shoulder injuries and having surgery. So we can see now that lane 5 has taken it out. Ian Gaudet from Canada is showing everyone that he wants to win this race, but the 500 metres is a long enough race, and the start, it's great to get a good start and get up into leading position, but a lot of the paddlers will begin to settle now and get into their rhythm, look for good control, rotation, leg drive. And lane 6 also looks to be going very well. That's Sluf from Czech Republic, seems to be in 2nd place at the moment, but there's going to be quite a fight, Ross, here for the top 5 places to go straight through.
Yeah, closing up a little bit now, and Gaudet, the Canadian, out in front. He's going to really feel a bit of pressure now. Already we can see Radak Sloof from the Czech Republic coming past him and across in lane 1, as he always does, just looking like he's heading off down to the local shop to buy a bottle of milk. Do people still buy bottles of milk, by the way? But anyway, Adam Varga over there in lane number 1, just doing what he does, just cruising through now and takes the lead. Sloof in the middle of the field from Czechia. Looks like he's in 2nd. Gaudet is trying to hold on, but I think he's finding it really tough now, because over there in lane 2, Baracki from Poland has also gone past him. Let's just hope that Gaudet can hold on for a top 5 position. Yeah, in lane 6, of course, Sloof, but it's going to be the Hungarian Adam Varga who gets the job done. Baracki 2nd, and then Sloof 3rd. The Italian got 4th, and maybe, so that's from Italy, Lanciotti flying home to get 4th, and I think Gaudet did hold on for 5th, so maybe there was method to his reasoning. He went out fast and just to hope that he could hold on for top 5 to get himself into the semi-finals. But no doubt about Adam Varga. I think Jenny's got one of the most relaxed paddling styles of anyone I've seen in world canoeing. Just always looks to be just having a nice old time of it, but has just incredible strength and pull through the water.
Yeah, you saw he gave a little wave over there to the crowd, or maybe his coach, like, yeah, that was easy, no problem. But yeah, it's very frustrating as an athlete, seeing athletes like Varga, they just cruise down and make it look so easy and effortless. But look, that's what makes him the great athlete he is. He's extremely tall as well in person, so he has a great reach of stroke, and as you can see, he really was probably taking that a little bit easier, because he was able to seem to paddle quite quickly after the finish line. He didn't stop for too long there, but that's also really important, to try and paddle as soon as possible after you finish the race, to flush out the lactate and recover and think about tomorrow's racing.
So there we have confirmation. Varga 1st, Baracki 2nd, Sloof got 3rd, Lanciotti got 4th, and yes, Gaudet got the 5th position, so he will go through to the semi-final. Thomas Lusty, as you said, Jen, coming back after that shoulder surgery. He's the one who now has to wait to see if his time will be fast enough. Only 2 of the 6th place getters will get through, and there are 5 heats altogether, so it's going to be tough going. He's a couple of seconds behind 5th place as well, so I don't know. For those watching at home, his official time, if you want to jot this down for Thomas Lusty, members of the Thomas Lusty fan club, of which membership is growing by the day, 1:43.24 was Thomas's time, 1:43.24. So write that down, and then you can compare it with 6th place getters from the next lot of heats. And we turn our attention now to heat number 2. And in this race we have in lane number 1 James Munro from New Zealand, lane number 2 the Slovak Milan Dorna, in lane 3 from Colombia Adila, in lane number 4 Louis Van Giel from Belgium, in lane number 5 Philip Miles from Great Britain, in lane number 6 Bailey Clues from Australia, lane number 7 Shakur Makhmov from Uzbekistan, in lane 8 Hamza Sayed from Egypt, and in lane 9 Daniel Roman from Venezuela. A lot of these athletes I first saw in junior and under 23 world championships, and a couple of them I think I first saw at the youth games, the World Youth Olympics, including I think Makhmov from Uzbekistan. I think Louis Van Giel may also have been, if my memory serves me correct, at one of the Youth Olympics. So good to see them out here and paddling I'm just looking at the age now of all these athletes. So they're Louis Van Giel 2006 was born, Bailey Clues 2004, Hamza Sayed from Egypt 2007, Daniel Roman 2004. So good to see a lot of good young paddlers here. In fact, we're missing, I think, I talked him up, the paddler from Uzbekistan. He's not there, Jen. This is typical commentator's curse there.
Yeah, it seems those Uzbekistanis haven't attended this event from what I've seen over the heats so far. So, like you said, lane 4, Van Giel, he was in the A final of the K4 500 metres earlier today. Fantastic result from such a young athlete. And Clues from Australia, I think he came from Surf Lifesaving, and in Australia, Surf Lifesaving really feeds into the canoe sprint program. They get a lot of great athletes from there. And lane 8, Egypt seems to have gone out of his lane, so he's finished for the race, it seems. But here we have it. So we've got lane 2, Slovakia. Dorner seems to be leading this one out. Close to him to his left is Munro from New Zealand. Philip Miles also paddling very strongly in lane 5, and then followed by Clues from Australia just behind him. But I don't know what happened to the Egyptian there, Ross, do you?
No, absolutely not. Maybe it was a rudder problem or something, but he was totally going in the wrong direction. So bit of a problem for him. But look at the top of the course, lane 1 now. James Munro from New Zealand. What is it? It's about 2 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand. So the Munro family, they sat up late to watch watch James on the water, and he's doing them proud. Look at him going out there leading this men's K1 500 heat from Milan Dorna from Slovakia. Across in the middle of the field, it is Philip Miles, I think, from Team GB, who's possibly holding on to 3rd at this stage. But what a great thrill for James Munro. Can he hold on and take the win in this heat? It's Munro from Dorna. I think maybe Louis Van Giel coming through now from Belgium into 3rd position. James Munro, though, look at Dorna. He's sneaking up there. He's like stalking a deer at the moment. But Munro's going to hold on, I think. Look at him go. Good win there for the New Zealander from Dorna from Slovakia. Then Louis Van Giel from Belgium, and Philip Miles from Team GB. He looks pretty happy with himself. And am I right? That's a beard. That is a beard. So once again, add this to my theory about beards, Jen. I mean, people ridiculed me when I started talking about this, but I think even now, those who were most ardent that I was talking nonsense are starting to think, well, actually, hang on a minute, Ross might have something here. It does seem there are a lot of men with beards who are paddling very, very fast. So well done to, and there's the poor old Egyptian. Let's have a look at the start. I don't know what happened there. Let's have a look at him in lane number, he was in lane number 8, wasn't he? So he was in trouble very early on. Disappointingly for him.
So you're saying all the men with the beards are the ones that dominate now, Ross, is it? Well, I saw the Norwegian earlier winning the K1 200 meters, and he had a bit of a beard as well, so he could be onto something here now.
No, it's not could be
So maybe
anymore, Jen. I think the facts speak for themselves, I think.
All the guys be going home now to try and grow their beards the best they can before the next competitions.
Well, let me tell you, Jen, I have been of beard growing age now for many, many years, and I still haven't managed to nail it. So it would be very, very awkward for me if I had to excel at anything I was doing to have to grow a beard, because I would be destined to be in the trash can for life. But anyway, I have other skills. Beard growing is not one of them. Let's wait and have a look here for the official time, because we want to see who is in 6th position. So James Munro gets the win from Milan Dorner, Louis Van Giel, Philip Miles, Bailey Clues. Well done, Bailey, through to the semi-final. Now Daniel Roman is in 6th, and you can write this down, 148.3. 148.3, which is a lot slower than Thomas Lusty's time. Thomas Lusty's was a 143. So at this stage, for the Thomas Lusty fan club members, he's at this stage got maybe 2 toes into the semi-final, but just waiting to see what happens with the next 3 heats. It still looks like a Jen. I haven't stuck my head outside, but it still looks like everyone's pretty rugged up here in Poznan. It hasn't warmed up much this afternoon, that's for sure. As we look at the field now for the 3rd heat of the men's K1 500. And, well, we've got the Iraqi Samir Jamal Faris in lane 1, but again, I haven't seen them all week. I didn't see them in Szeged, and I haven't seen them here, so I'm not sure that he will be lining up. Samuel Balas from Slovakia in lane 2. Christian Loris from Latvia in lane 3. Nicolo Volo from Italy in lane 4. Rock Schmidt out there again. He's had a busy day for Slovenia in lane 5. Fernandez Nganza from Angola in lane 6. Levan Tatanishvili from Georgia in lane 7. And Slawomir Witczak from Poland in lane 8. If my memory serves me correct, Jen, it may have been Slawomir Witczak who had to climb out of the K4 for Poland this morning and fix up a stuck rudder. So he's had already a very, very interesting day. We'll see what sort of form he's in heading into this race.
Yeah, and went on
Great
to
to
win
see
a bronze
Angola
medal.
here. Yeah, true. Yep. Great to see Angola here. Fernandez Nganza. I don't think the Iraqi is here, is he? Let's have a look at the top of the course. No, he's not. He's not here.
So in the third heat of K1 men 500 meters, started Iraq, Slovakia.
Lane 2, Slovakia, Balas. I think he's one to look out for here. He was very strong in the K1000 meter semi-final earlier today, winning it to go straight through to the A final. So he will probably be wanting to show he's good at the 500 meters also here today in heat 3. And as we can see, Balas has gotten away to a great start, but also Latvia. Christian Loris, he is off to a flyer as well. And also in lane 8, the home nation, as we said, Witczaks, who won a bronze medal earlier today in the K4 500 meters after having some rudder difficulty before the race, which didn't seem to phase him at all. Seems to be in contention here also. But just to remind people, the top 5 progressed through to the semi-final from this heat. So some people might be looking to conserve some energy once they're in that top 5 position. But it seems that Latvia is dominating this race at the moment, or is it Italy actually? It's Italy, is it?
I think it's Nicolo Volo from Italy who's gone out really, really hard in the middle stages. So he has taken over the race from Samuel Balas from Slovakia. And then I think next to him it's the Latvian Loris who's sitting in third at the moment. But look at Nicolo Volo. He has gone out really, really hard and has taken a pretty commanding lead. Over here closest to the camera, it's the part-time mechanic Slawomir Witczak from Poland, who's sitting maybe up now in second position. Good race for third between is it Rock Schmidt and Samuel Balaz, so the Slovenian and Slovakian going at it for third position potentially. But no doubt about our winner, Nicolo Volo, slows down now as he gets to the finish line. So Volo from Italy will take the win. Witczak from Poland will finish second, and then it looks like it will be Rock Schmidt who will finish in third position for Slovenia. The Samuel Balaz, after starting quite strongly, slowed down considerably towards the finish, and he'll still get through. The top 5 get through, and I think he'll be fine as 5th position, because 6th and 7th in that race were a fair way back. So no need to bust a boiler in a heat when you realise you're not going to win. Well, you might as well just get over the line, get the job done, get back to the sheds, warm up, and start thinking about the semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. And late on the 6th place there seemed to slow down quite a lot. So the Lusty fan club, as you said, Ross, might still be very excited, but we'll wait to see the confirmation of those results to see what time 6th place did.
Really impressive middle part of that race for Nicolo Volo. Just decided to make his big move and put a big gap between himself and the rest of the field. So a fair bit of depth in the Italian team as well this year. Great to see in both the men's and the women's. Thumbs up. He must be listening to, I think he's listening to us. Jenny's turned around, he's given us the thumb up, saying thank you very much, Ross and Jen, for all your support. Really enjoyed that call of my race and for correctly identifying me as the winner. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Just doing our job though, Nicolo, just doing our job. As we wait for official confirmation here of the placings. And Nicolo Volo will be confirmed as the winner. Slawomir Witczak, I'm pretty certain, from Poland, got second. Rock Schmidt from memory third. Here we go. Yep, Rock Schmidt third. Christian Loris fourth. And Samuel Balaz getting fifth. And okay, so Levan Tadanashvili, well, his time is a 2-minute time, so he is well out of the mix there. So the Thomas Lusty fan club, you're still in. The lad is still in there. He's probably now got a whole foot in the semi-final. He's just got to wait. We've got 2 more heats though, and don't forget, it's the 2 fastest 6th place getters. So if we have a look at heat 4, it's a bit of a stacked heat, this one, I have to say. All right, let's have a look there. We've got Josef Dostal from Czechia in lane 1. Yuchi Yang from Taipei in 2. Cameron Lowe from Canada in lane 3. Timon Mora from Austria in lane 4. Ruji Matsushiro from Japan in lane 5. Linus Bange from Germany in lane 6. Harrison Torrance from Australia in lane 7. And Thorben Rusk, who's had a good day already, he will go from lane 8. But Josef Dostal, Timon Mora, Thorben Rusk, 3 big names in this race with the top 5 to go through. I always love to see over the 500 metres the approach that Josef Dostal will take. Normally he just likes to sit back and power. Don't drink the water, Joseph. Goodness me, how many times has he been here? How many times has he been here, and how many times have we told him? But he still does it. Every single time. All right. Let's see what the tactics of the big man at the top of the screen in lane 1, what his tactics will be in this race.
Yeah, I think Dostal is going to be the one to look out for in this, but also lane 8, Rask, very impressive, making the A final earlier in the K1000 metres. And Timon Moore was also very good, just missed out in the A final, the K1000 metres earlier, so I'm sure he'd be wanting to make the A final here today, or through to the semi-final, to then progress through to the A final, hopefully for him. in the 500 meters K1, but they're off to a flying start. And as you can see, lane 6 from Germany is going very strong. That's Banj. And between him and Austria is Japan, Matsushiro, and then Mora to the left of Japan. So there's a few in contention, just to remind people that top 5 get through to the semi-final here. So top 5 positions. So some people might be easing up towards the end if they're in those top 5 positions. But as we can see, Rask is out to win this, I think. He looks like he wants to take that first place. He's got competition from Austria, Moore, and also over the far side, don't forget Joseph Dostal. But we can see Moore through 250 in first place there. So there's a big race here between Austria, Denmark and Czech Republic as they come into the final 200 meters of this race.
So it's Rask at this stage. Joseph Dostal just getting the job done. He'll power home over the top, probably, I would suspect. It's what he normally does. And in the middle of the field, Timon Mora in the striped boat. He looks like a tiger in the middle of the course. Timon Mora just prowling for the rest of the field. But look at Joseph Dostal now. He's just decided he has a cheeky look across. Look at that. Who else can afford to do that sort of nonsense? But Joseph Dostal looks across to the far side of the course, checks out his opposition, realises that he's got the lead. He'll cruise to the finish line now. Dostal just edging out Rask, and Timon Mora takes third. 4th, 5th and 6th. I think this could be a pretty fast time for the 6th place getter. We'll have to wait officially. I think that will be Cameron Lowe, will it, from Canada, who might have slipped into 6th position. But Joseph Dostal just talking to himself there. I don't know what's going on there. Just having a bit of a chat, analysing his own race. Are they new glass? I think he may have new glasses on. They're very, very fetching. I'm not sure about them though, Joseph. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I'm not sure if they're you. What do you think, Jen? Are they you? Are they Joseph or not?
I think Joseph would have a quite unique style and would like to stand out from the crowd somehow. So I'm sure he's liking the kind of the smaller glasses rather than the usual bigger sporting glasses. So also cap backwards there. He's got a little bit of a beard as well going on, Ross, I think, at the moment. So that could possibly be in his favour. But I don't think he was really under any pressure there. He's raced a lot already, so he'd be happy enough. I think he took the win there, so we'll see. And he's happy. Look, he's waving to the crowd. He's smiling. No pressure on him here. He's enjoying all these first few weeks of racing. And there we have it. Dostal in first place, second place Rask, and third Moore, and fourth Bonge, and fifth Matsushiro. So the 6th place Cameron Lowe. I'll let Ross do his quick maths there. I think it's about a 142,
it's a 142, it's a 142.69, and Thomas Lusty is a 143. So that means that Cameron Lowe now has the fastest 6th time, and Lusty has the 2nd fastest. So I think with one heat to go, Cameron Lowe, I think, can feel pretty secure that he will be. So Canadian fans, and don't underestimate the strength of the Cameron Lowe fan club. Jenny Egan-Simmons, there's a lot of Cameron Lowe fans out there. They'd be very happy to know that their boy is into the semi-final. With one heat to go, nervous time for the Lusty fan club members. They will have to wait and see how his time stacks up with the 6th place getter in this field. And how good to see Tom Liebscher-Lutz out there having a break from the K4, focusing on the individual races. There he is in lane 1 for Germany. In lane 2, Rafael Bastians from Belgium. Lane number 3, Mauricio Urena from Mexico. Kalani Gilbertson from New Zealand in lane 4. In lane 5, the Hungarian Bence Nadas. In lane 6, Dong Zhang from China. In lane 7, Roberts Akmans from Latvia. And in lane 8, the formidable beard of Gunnar Eid. In lane 8, gee, this is a stack. There's a quality in this. You've got Liebscher-Lutz, you've got Bence Nadas, you've got Dong Zhang, you've got Roberts Akmans, and you've got Gunnar Eid. Wow. this is going to be a pretty hotly contested. The question will be, can Roberts Ackmans and Gunnar Eid, can they transfer that 200 metre speed to a 500 metre race? That might be the question mark, Jen, over those two paddlers who are both very fast over 200. We saw Gunnar Eid win the gold medal earlier. Did he win the gold today? Yes, earlier today. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes over the 500. Looking forward to seeing how Tom Liebscher-Lutz goes as well in lane number 1.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how Tom Liebscher-Lutz goes. It's almost 6 years ago since he raced internationally in the K1 500 metres. So he actually had up on Instagram there over the last few days that he's quite excited about it, I think. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes here. But fierce competition in this, like you said. Nadas in lane 5. He was 4th last weekend in Szeged. So he's going to be wanting to get on the podium here this week, I'm sure, and try and put it up to his teammate Varga later on in the weekend. But as you said, there's going to be some fast starters in here. Lane 8, the gold medalist from the K1 200 metres from Norway earlier today, and also Robert Ackmans from Latvia, super 200 metre athlete. So it's interesting, Ross, because over the last few years, obviously a lot of the 200 metre athletes have tried to change over to the 500 metres, and yes, it's similar in terms of there's an anaerobic capacity to it, but there's a huge aerobic capacity to the K1 500 metres. So they would have to do a lot more kilometres kayaking compared to what they would have had to do for the 200 metres specifically.
So a really good start down here closest to the camera by the 200 metre gold medalist Gunnar Eid. He's gone out very, very hard. The question is, can he sustain that pace for 500? And the top of the course, it is Tom Liebscher-Lutz, though, who got the best start, and he has a slight lead. In the middle of the field, I think it's Bence Nadas from Hungary, who's also up there challenging in lane number 5. There he is, Bence Nadas, the Hungarian. So it's Liebscher-Lutz, Nadas and Eid. Eid dropping off a little bit now, as is Ackmans, and coming through it is Dong Zhang from China, who's up there challenging alongside, looks like Kalani Gilbertson from New Zealand, getting up there and getting amongst it. The New Zealand boys having a very good afternoon here in the 500 metre race, but it's Tom Liebscher-Lutz on the far side of the course, Bence Nadas in the middle of the course. That's where the race is at the moment, and it looks like it's going to be really, really close. Liebscher-Lutz, Bence Nadas. I think Nadas has got the upper hand here as he gets to the finish line. So Nadas gets the win, second to Liebscher-Lutz, and then I think Dong Zhang getting third. And good news for the New Zealand team with Kalani Gilbertson getting up to take 4th position, and the two sprinters on the outside, Roberts Ackmans and Gunnar Eid, both found this race about 200 metres too long, I think, but they'll have to wait and see if they're going to progress any further when we get the official placings. But that was a perfectly judged race there for Bence Nadas, a very experienced paddler and getting the job done. Again, Tom Liebscher-Lutz, a nice hit out there for him. Yeah, good to see Kalani Gilbertson coming through, and he'll also go through to the semi-final. Let's just wait and see the replay as they cross the finish line. No doubt about our winner, though. That is Bence Nadas, who gets the win. Liebscher-Lutz second, and then Zhang. Gunnar Eid, I think, maybe did get 4th, just ahead of Gilbertson, or just to the naked eye, possibly. Let's wait and see who got 6th, though, and what time they got, because that will decide who is the second 6th place getter through to. So Nadas first, Liebscher-Lutz second, Dong Zhang third from China. Gunnar Eid did get 4th ahead of Kalani Gilbertson. Roberts Ackmans got 6th. Now his time is a 1:43.79. And just reminding you that Thomas Lusty's is a 1:43.24. So on that, unofficially, Jen, I'm going to say that Thomas Lusty will progress to the next semi-final with Cameron Lowe. If my maths... Now, I need to warn the Cameron Lowe fan club and the Thomas Lusty fan club that maths was not my strong point when I was at school. In fact, in about year 10, my maths teacher did come up to me and suggested that maybe I should suggest a different direction to take my schooling. So just take that information with a pinch of salt. But on my current viewing, Cameron Lowe and Thomas Lusty should both progress through to the semi-final.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Ross. And, you know, it's such a nervous wait, especially for Lusty, who was in the first heat and had to wait all the way till the last heat to see if he'd progress. So, but you know, he would have gone off, done his cool down. And the best thing you can do is act like you've gotten through to semi-final, because then you're in a good position for the racing tomorrow. So we're moving on now to the women's K2 500 meters. Oh, sorry, no. Yes, it's the...
Now the men's C2 500, I think. Oh, hang on a minute. Yes, the men's C2 500, I think we should be at now.
Okay.
And then we've got the K2 women after that. And we finish off with the men's K2 500 as well. So this is the first of 3 heats for the men's C2 500. Of course, this is also an Olympic event. And we look at this first race here, and we have Canada in lane 1, Nigeria lane 2, Japan lane 3, Italy lane 4, Angola lane 5, Germany lane 6, Ukraine lane 7, Denmark lane 8, and the Philippines lane 9. I mean, wow, this is a very international field. We've got Canada, we've got 2 teams from Africa, we've got the Philippines, and we've got Japan, and we've got a couple of teams from Europe. So a really international field. Now, there's a lot on the line here, Jen, because first we'll go straight through to the final. So that's what they're racing for. First, straight through to the final, and then 2 to 7th will go into the semi-final, and the rest will be out. So there's a lot on the line here for our athletes. Now, I don't know that our boat from the Philippines is here, just looking there down in lane number 9, unless they're dilly-dallying out the back. Is everybody else here? Let's have a look. The Canadians are there at the top, and the Nigerians are there, I think, as well. Are they alongside them? What about the Angolans? Are they there? Yes, they are. Oh, hang on a minute. We're missing Angola as well, I think. So we're missing Angola, and we're missing the Philippines. Oh no, here they come. They were having a little dilly-dally out the back. So the Angolans getting up there. Just, I think what we call that, Jen, is fashionably late.
It's loose. They might have been in full control there, knowing that they were going to come through, but somehow I think it was probably a bit of a last-minute dash. But here they are on the start line. It's great to see that the Finnish have such strong sea boats now. They wouldn't have had many canoe boats in the past, so they're really showing their strength and depth in it now at these World Cups. But we can see that lane 2 Nigeria have fallen back a little bit. We have lane 7 Ukraine and lane 6 Germany fighting it out at the moment. Like we said, first place gets straight through to the A final, so this will be a little different to the heats we've seen previously in terms of people want to get that first place, because it means then you can go straight through to the A final, you can rest up, you don't have to race the semi-final and prepare for the A final. So it's a fantastic feeling when you get straight through to that A final.
And the Germans, they have gone like a scalded cat early on. They are out with a convincing little lead. The Canadians also got a very good start over there in lane 1. So just keep an eye on them. They're up there challenging for a top 4 position at this stage. But it's the Germans in front, maybe the Ukrainians right alongside them, just letting them know that they're there, keeping them honest. And then in the middle of the field, it's the Italians who are going along very nicely as well. And at the top of your screen, that is the crew from Canada. So there are 4 boats here who are out there in front doing a pretty good job at the moment, but it's the German combination of Florin Bange and David Topol who currently lead from Vitaly Verhels and Taras Mishchuk from Ukraine in lane number 7. Although they're dropping back a bit now, so it looks like it is the Italians that are going to come through and take second. Maybe the Ukrainians just get third ahead of Canada. But that's your top four. And then down here is the Denmark crew, the Danes in 5th. And then I think possibly Japan getting through as well. But we'll wait for the official verdict on that from our judges. But Florin Bange, David Topel, pretty impressive race there from the two Germans, going out early, taking the early lead and just holding on, and really nobody was able to make up any of the ground on them, so they'll be very happy for that as a hit out. The Ukrainians went out fast, but they stopped pretty quick as well when they got towards the end, so maybe a little bit of fitness showing there for the Ukrainians, or maybe just a misjudgment of the pace. You can see there the Ukrainians were right up there, but by the time they crossed the line they had dropped back significantly. I think they were still okay. I think they still were 3rd, weren't they? Let's have a look. Yeah, I think they'll be 3rd, yeah. Just ahead of the Canadians, I think, at the top of the screen. But a good race there for the Germans.
Yeah, both very young athletes, also born in 2005 and 2004. And what's interesting about this is that if it's very easy to see that someone is in 1st place, then the rest of the athletes don't necessarily give the heat their all, because they know that they don't have to use all their energy, because they're in a position then to come top 7. So there we have it. 1st place Germany, 2nd place Italy, 3rd place Ukraine, 4th place Canada, 5th place Denmark, 6th place Japan, 7th place Angola, and with Nigeria in 8th place, missing out, or possibly missing out on the semi-final, because there's no best times in this, just 2 to 7, and the 1st place going straight through to the A final.
Now we turn our attention to the 2nd heat, and interestingly, we have in lane 1, we have the Italians. This is Cassidy and Tacchini. Now, they are the Olympic silver medalists, but they've also been racing against each other this week in the 1,000. And I don't know, Jen, whether there's selection on the line or what's happening for the Italians. But if there is, it really makes for an interesting little combination when they both get in the same boat back together again and compare notes on where they're at. But they're very, very formidable. I'm looking forward to seeing them paddle in lane 1. We've got China in lane 2, Poland in lane 3, Germany with Pickett and Konrad Robin Schiebner in lane 4. Great to see India with a C2 boat in lane 5, France in lane 6, Mexico in lane 7, Taipei in lane 8, and then Venezuela out here closest to, you talk about young crews, the year of birth for the Venezuelans, 2005 and 2008. They are a very, very young crew closest to the camera.
Yeah, absolutely. They're off to a flying start here. Again, the 1st place goes straight through to the A final, with 2 to 7 going through to the semi-final. So we can see lane 3, Poland, and lane 6, France leading it out at the moment, and also Germany in there in contention. But also lane 1, as we said, Italy, a solid crew, silver medalists from the Olympics. And they'd both be racing in the C1s against each other in the World Cup. So they'd be looking to win this heat to go straight through to the A final, but it's not all going their way. As you can see, there's 4 boats kind of in highly contention for this 1st place. It's very, very tight between them all now at the moment. The Germans, I think, just slightly ahead of the Polish, with Italy then in 3rd place, but they look to be coming back very strongly. And there's the split time through 250, Italy leading through 250, and Italy are now into the lead as they go into the final 200 meters. So experienced, those paddlers, to know when to get into the lead and bring it home to get that 1st place.
Yeah, so Italy now moving into a commanding lead. In fact, Poland, I think, have got into a clear 2nd position, and the Germans, after going out fast, have dropped back to 3rd. But look at the Italians in lane 1. They are getting the job done. The Olympic silver medalists, they worked really, really hard to get that selection for Paris, and they justified it with the silver medal. The Germans fighting back, though, but I don't think they can make up any of this ground on the Italians. They'll go straight through to the final, and Germany will finish second, and in third place it is indeed Poland, and then in fourth place down here it's the French, I think, who will take fourth spot. But a very, very impressive performance from Cassidy and Tacchini. Just reminds us where they finish. Yep, they both do. That's good, because somebody said, where did you guys finish? And Carlo said, yeah, what first? And Gabriel confirmed, yeah, mate, yep, no worries about that. Number one, we finished first. That's good, because we hadn't seen the replay yet, but I'm pretty certain that they did get first spot. Just as you said, Jen, at about the halfway stage, it just kicked in, didn't it, for them, and they got into their rhythm and really just powered home to take what was a very impressive win for the two Italian lads, and straight through to that A final.
Yeah, they're so experienced, Ross. You know, they have their race plan down to T, and they know when to do their up. And I would think they probably have some fuel left in the tank as well for the A final. Like I say, they're in a great position now. They get to reserve much more energy than having to go and race the semi-final. They can now focus on the A final for the C2 500 meters without worrying about their semi-final race. So it's great for those athletes to be able to focus on the A final and get everything right in preparation for that. So there we have it. Unfortunately, Taipei missing out, and India also missing out on the semi-final stages.
Yeah, all right. So we've got one more heat in the men's C2 500. Interestingly, let me just check this here. Interestingly, the Fuchses are not racing the C2 500. They usually do, Martin and Peter, but they're not here today, because I'm about to show you, there we are, the field for this heat, and it's Uzbekistan in lane 1, China in lane 2, Poland in lane 3, Japan in lane 4, Hungary in lane 5, United States of America in lane 6, Canada in lane 7, and Ukraine in lane 8. We know Martin's here, we've seen him racing already. Maybe Peter didn't make the trip here to Poznan, so that's why there's no Fuchs brothers. They normally love the C2, so to not see them on the start list is a bit of a surprise, but that's possibly the reason why.
Yeah, and they'll be getting ready for European Championships at home in Rachis in a few weeks' time. So it's a big event for stars of Czech Republic like Dostal and Martin Fuchsa. So there'll be a lot of, I'd say, media attention coming to them in the next 2 weeks, and already has been in the build-up to those European Championships, which will be in Rachis in Czech Republic in June.
Chiche was one of the very first venues I went to when I started working with the International Canoe Federation. Great venue. We don't go there often enough. It's been a while since we've had a World Cup there, I think. I can't remember the last time that we did, but great that the European Championships are on there this year as they get ready to go in the third and final heat of the men's C2 500.
Yeah, so look out for lane 3, Poland. They're on home territory here, so they'll be wanting to show their best foot forward, as they say here now in this final heat, the C2 men 500 meters. And lane 5 have gotten away to a great start as well. Balas Adolf from Hungary and Daniel Haju from Hungary also. So in that C2 boat, they look to be off to a great start in lane 5. In second place at the moment looks to be China over in lane 2, and in third place Poland at the moment. So everyone wants to win this first place to get through to the A final, so I think there'll be a great fight here through the first 250 meters and into the final 200 meters. But it looks like Hungary are dominating now at the moment, but don't rule out China over in lane 2. I think that they could have a strong finish as well as the Polish. Everyone wants this first place so they can skip the semi-final round, and it looks like China are coming back strongly. But will Hungary have another gear to give in this final part of the race? We're coming through into the last 200 metres now.
Yep, it certainly looks like the Hungarians have found another gear just to shake off that challenge. It looks like the Poles are coming through now. They've moved ahead of the Chinese boat, so Poland making a last-ditch attempt to try and snatch that first place. And they are really, I think they're finishing the fastest on the course. Is there enough distance left? I think there could be. So Poland maybe now just slipping ahead of Hungary. So it's Poland in lane number 3, Hungary in lane 5. The Poles maybe just in front. Hungary now, look at them, they're digging deep, they're trying to, don't worry, they both want to go straight through to the final, but it's going to be Poland who gets there. Poland gets there ahead of the Hungarians, and the Chinese finish in 3rd position, but a real go there between the Hungarians and Poland in that race to the finish line to try and snatch that first place getting, which means that you would go straight through to the final. You don't have to muck around with a semi-final. And so well done to Team Poland. That is Victor Glasnow and Arsen Slawinski, who managed to get just, not by a long way, but far enough to guarantee direct entry into the final. Very interesting race because the Hungarians went out very fast and had a clear lead at the halfway stage. But then China and Poland paddling alongside each other. You can see there at the top of the course, just pushing each other along, timing each other to see that they're on the correct stroke rates. And they slowly wheeled in the Hungarians. And eventually the Polish paddlers were able to get in over the top of them. As you can see, not a big distance between them, but enough to go straight through to the A final.
Yeah, great race there by the home athletes of Poland. So they'll be delighted now, and they timed it to perfection, Ross. They were able to just come through in the final meters of that race, much to Hungary's surprise, I would think. So the Hungarians will have to go on now and race the semi-final, but I don't think they'll be under any pressure to make the A final from the semi. But there we have it. You can see all top 7 from that getting through to the semi-final, with first place Poland getting straight through to the A final of the C2 men 500 metres.
So that is it for the men's C2 500. We have 2 more events to go, 2 more competitions today. It's the K2 women 500 and then the K2 men 500. The heats, of course, these are both Olympic events as well, so we're going to see some pretty big names out there on the course and some pretty keen racing, I would have thought, to make sure that you can get through to semi-final. So letting you know that with the women's K2 500, we have 4 heats, and the deal here will be that the first 6 will go through, straight through to the semi-finals, and then the 3 best 7th times. So there are 4 heats, which means that just one of the 7th place getters will miss out. So because we had so much fun doing it earlier on with the men's K1 500, I'll keep you posted as each race progresses on who is in the box seat and who is potentially going to miss out on a place in the semi-final. So in this first women's heat, in lane 1, we have Australia. Lane 2, we have Ukraine. In lane 3, we have Germany. In lane 4, we have France. In lane 5, we have Great Britain. In lane 6, we have Poland. In lane 7, we have China. In lane 8, it's Slovakia. And in lane number 9, we have Canada. So expecting in this race, certainly in lane 6, Klat and Palaska from Poland will be starting red-hot favourites, I would think, ahead of the Germans, Paulina Pazak and Hanna Spielhagen. The Ukrainians are fast. The Australian combination, Harlan and Drobot. This is actually a very, very good heat, Jen. Some very evenly matched boats, but I would have thought that the Polish combination of Klat and Palaska probably deserved to start favourites given their form.
Yeah, it's interesting because Klatt was with Ostrowska last week in Szeged and they won the K2 500 metres. So interesting to see how the crews have been changed up here in Poznan. Obviously the coaches maybe want to see how the crews can maybe improve. Although having won a goal last week, that's pretty strong. But I think this crew is going to be very strong once that they combine well together, Klatt and Palauska. Also look out for lane 3, Germany, Pasek and Spielhagen. They were in the K4 that won the gold this morning in the final of the 500 metres. Here we are, we're off to a flying start, and look out for lane 6. You can see they are pulling it out. That's Poland, Klatt and Palauska. Palauska, very strong paddler in K1, won double gold last weekend in Szeged, K1 500 metres and 200 metres. So she wants to show here in Poznan that she is a strong crew boat paddler as well, even though we've no doubts over that, as she has raced and won multiple medals in K2 also over the years. So lane 1 should be very strong also, Harlan and Drobot. As you can see on the top of the screen there, they're coming back very strongly. Drobot won 2 bronze medals last weekend in the K1 500 and 200 metres. And it actually says Australia are through in first place through the first 250 metres. So they look very in unison there together and look very comfortable and efficient.
Yeah, from lane 1, so the Australians holding the lead. The Poles now, though, lifting a gear. Not often that you see Poland in a black boat. Usually it's a red boat or a red and white boat, but they are in the lean, mean fighting machine black boat there for Poland. Australia at the top of the course, hanging on there to a very slim lead, but I think Poland now maybe have moved in to a clear lead. Germany, they're sitting in third alongside the French. A good contest there between Germany and France, but it's Australia on the top of the course, Poland in the middle of the course. I think the Australians are going to get there, are they? Yes, they do. Good race there for the young Australian crew of Harlan and Drobot. Poland gets second. I think Germany may be third. We'll wait for the official time on that, but they're just checking with each other. Are you okay? Yep, absolutely fine. How about you? Not bad at all. How did we go? Yes, we won. Thank you very much. That was good. That was fun. Let's do that again sometime. So they are quite a young crew. Kaylee Harlan, 2001. Natalia Drobot, 2005. And showing they've got a bit of speed in that combination. Going out there and upstarting the very highly credentialed Polish crew, who, by the way, would be safe in the knowledge that they were going to go through to the next round. Maybe they didn't spot the boat in lane 1, Jen, because I would have thought the Poles would have been pretty keen to take the win. So maybe lane 1 got under their guard a little bit.
Yeah, that's a very strong possibility, Ross. So they mightn't have seen them over in lane 1. But like you said, it doesn't really matter too much in terms of the top 6 get through to the semi-final. However, it's very good confidence boost for Harlan and Drobot in this K2 500 metres to win this heat. Well done also to the British girls, a young crew. They came 5th there from what I could see, and there we have it. Yes, they were 5th. They were under 23 European champions last year in the K2 500 metres. So as we can see, Ukraine, China and Canada are the 7th, 8th and 9th place. So Ukraine will be waiting to see if they've got one of the 7th best times to qualify through to the semi-final. So always a nervous wait there.
In fact, I will give you the official time for Ukraine. It's a 1:46.72, 1:46.72. So that's the number you need to remember. Just one of the heat 7th placings will miss out. So let's now turn our attention to the second heat. And in this race we have in lane 1, we have New Zealand. In lane 2, the Netherlands. In lane 3, China. In lane 4, Slovenia. In lane 5, Hungary. In lane 6, Poland. In lane 7, Mexico. In lane 8, Latvia. And in lane number 9, we have Denmark. Wow, this really is a stacked heat. I mean, you've got the Dutch there. Selma Konen and Ruth Vorselman had an incredible 500 meter racing, individual K1 500 racing this morning. So, and they've been paddling together for some time. You've got Mia Medved and Anja Osterman from Slovenia. You've got Pup and Foyt from Hungary. Naja and Kakol from Poland, and that's I don't rule out Mexico either for being up there challenging. But this is and of course New Zealand at the top of the course, and the Danes. I mean, really, there's no one in this field that would if they came out and won this, Jen, you would consider it a surprise.
No, Ross, this is a really stacked heat, like you said. The Mexicans were very strong last weekend in Szeged. They placed 6th in the A final of the K2 500 metres, so they'll be looking to show a strong performance here as well. Interesting again, Poland, Karolina Naya has a different partner this week compared to last week, so testing out different crews, obviously, for the Polish team again here in Poznan. The Hungarians, extremely strong as well, bronze medalists in the K2 500 metres in Szeged last weekend. And it'd be interesting to see the Danish, Jensen and Iversen, both very strong paddlers. They were in the K4 500 metres that was on earlier today and came 8th in the A final. They're both very impressive paddlers, each in their own right in K1 also, so they will be looking to show a strong performance here also. But it's so hard to call. These top 6 places are going to be hell for leather trying to get them from all these athletes.
Now, just looking here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're missing. We might be missing New Zealand, are we, at the top of the. How many boats do we have out there? Do we have 9? Anyway, we're underway. Jen, take it away.
Yeah, I think you're right. Lane 1 is missing the New Zealand pair of Hoskin and Vaughan, so that has opened it up a little bit more, but nevertheless very strong contention from all the lanes in this race. As you can see, Latvia has fallen back a little bit, but although their lanes are within reach of that top 6 position, Mia Medved and Anja Osterman are a very strong crew. They'll be looking to improve on their performance last week. Also, they just missed qualifying for the A final in Szeged, so they'll be hoping for an A final here. But first of all, top 6 crews progress to the semi-final from this heat. As we can see, Slovenia was through in first place, followed by Hungary, followed by Denmark in the first 250 metres of this race. The Mexicans coming through so strongly. They did the same in Szeged last week. The second half of their race was so impressive. They came through, thundering through to make the A final in the semi last week, and they look to be doing the same here in the heat, coming through very strongly. I think they really like a tailwind. They're both very strong paddlers in their own right, and look at Denmark also putting themselves in contention. They're in lane 9 at the moment and in 6th place also, so top 6 get through to the semi-final. The Mexicans look very relaxed, very smooth. The Slovenians over the far side look to be in 2nd place, but it's going to be very tight here. It's Mexico first, followed by Slovenia, followed by Poland in 3rd, followed by Hungary in 4th, Netherlands in 5th, and Denmark in 6th. So those top 6 places will progress through to the semi-final, and we have to wait and see who got the 7th place and if they will get one of the 3 best 7th place times to go through to the semi-final rounds. But the Mexicans very happy there with their performance, and rightly so.
Yeah, I said at the start that anybody could win this race and it wouldn't be a shock, and that don't discount the Mexicans, and they really showed what they are capable of. They can be a bit frustrating sometimes because we don't see the best of them when we know that they can really, when they get it together, can nail big races, and they've done a really good job there. The Mexicans, they've taken the lead, they've about midway and then held on. I think the Slovenians probably got 2nd, judging by that, and maybe Poland 3rd, and I think the Hungarians maybe 4th. So the Netherlands should be okay. That leaves who? Denmark, China, and Latvia, maybe, well, let's wait. I think Denmark possibly 6th. So it could be China that's got the weight now in 7th place. Just wait for the judges, though. They've got that very expensive magnifying glass out that the ICF sparing no expense this year, getting a top-notch magnifying glass for our judges. There we are, confirmation. So it's Mexico, Slovenia, Poland, Hungary, the Netherlands, and Denmark. And China's time, I can tell you now, it's a 1:48.19. 1:48.19, which is slower than Ukraine's. Ukraine was a 1:46.72. So Ukraine safely through to the semi-final, and it's the Chinese with a 1:48.19 who've got to wait now and see what happens in heats 3 and 4 of the women's K2 500. Now we look at the field for the next heat, the third heat, and we have in lane 1 Argentina, lane 2 Japan, lane 3 Latvia, lane 4 we have another crew from Mexico, lane 5 we have Australia, lane 6 Great Britain, lane 7 Germany, and then lane 8 it is Italy. So let's see who's fast in that. The Australians could be quite quick. Certainly you would think the Italians in lane 8 with Cerrone and Rossotti together will be very, very quick. Germany, of course, always fast. But I think it's a very even race, this one, Jen.
Yeah, the Germans in lane 7, they were 4th in Szeged in the A final, the K2 500 metres. So our very strong crew boat to look out for in this K2 500 metres. Also will be interesting to see how the Mexicans go in this. Romero and Rodriguez, I know they were in the K4 that raced, but they didn't race at the K2 500 metres last weekend in Szeged. So it'll be interesting to see how they go now in the K2. Both very experienced paddlers, fantastic strong paddlers in their own right individually also. So we have the British, and they were Emily Lewis and Emma Russell. They were in the A final, the K4 500 metres earlier today, where they came 7th. I think they were delighted to be in the A final. Very strong crew they have, but I do think the Italians also in lane 8 are going to be the ones to look out for, along with Germany, having come 9th in the A final in K2 500 metres in Szeged, the Italians. But they're in the starting blocks now, and they're under starters' orders.
Yeah, I think although we might have a bit of a delay. No, we're ready to go. The judges got them. The judges let them go. It looked a bit of a higgledy-piggledy type start, but they've let them go. They're on and charging down the course. And once again, it looks like it's the Mexicans again who've got out to a very, very good start. In lane 2, it's Japan and Argentina at the top of the course. Have also got a good start. The Italians a little bit slow out of the blocks, as are the Germans, which is a little bit of a surprise. It seems all the fast boats are on the top side of the course, with Argentina, Japan and Mexico getting out to a good start. Now as they settle though into their rhythm, is that Japan that is sitting there in the lead at the moment? This is going to be a turn up for the books, let me tell you, if Japan can hold on there to take that lead. So it's Japan and Argentina, two surprise choices up there at the top of the course who are leading from, it looks like, Mexico, and then down here on the bottom of the course it is Great Britain, Germany and Italy, who are all racing very close. The Italians have dropped right off though, so not quite going the way that they might have expected. The Australians also dropping well back. Now Argentina have moved in front. The Japanese slowing down a little bit now. A few of the boats are coming over the top of them, including the Germans and the Brits. So it's Argentina in front, Germany in the pink boat closest to the screen, and right next to them Team GB trying to put in a challenge. So it's Argentina first, from Germany I think and Great Britain. Japan trying to hold on but finding it all a bit of a struggle. Argentina, this is impressive for the young Argentinian crew. I think they're going to get up and get the money just ahead of Germany. It's Argentina, Germany, very close. Maybe the Mexicans just tipped out Great Britain for 4th and Japan into 5th position. But I tell you what, I would not have picked that, the Argentinians to win that heat. But isn't that just underlining, Jen, how incredible international kayak racing is at the moment. Anybody can win on their day. And I wonder whether, I mean, we talked about it last week with Zeged. I wonder if there's a wind factor at play here for that side of the course. I mean, it's a very open course, so I can't see that it would have any great advantage, but you've paddled here a long time, Jen. Is there a potentially strong side of the course to be paddling on here in Poznan, or is it pretty even all the way across?
Usually if there's a side wind, it wouldn't affect that side of the course. It wouldn't be any advantage normally, because as you said, it's quite open. But if the wind was coming from the other side, then you would have an advantage in the last 200 meters of the race, because you've got the grandstand protecting a side wind possibly in the last 200 meters. But over the far side in lane 1, I don't think there's any advantage being over there in windy conditions, because it's not protected like the other side if there is a crosswind playing in a race. So I wouldn't think there's anything to help them. But here we are, lane 1, or first place I should say, Argentina. Great race. I know Rojas is a very experienced paddler, but we have to see who got the 7th place there to see what time they did.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for... That was up very, very quick, so I'm not sure if they've made a mistake or they need to check the times. We're waiting to see who did finish 7th and what time. It was up so quick, but no doubt about our winner. It was Argentina who took the win. We might need to come back to that. We'll look at that after the next heat, which is the 4th heat. And in this race we have Canada, Slovakia, Ukraine, France, Japan, Norway, Italy and Hungary. So 8 boats racing here. Very even race, this one again. The Slovakians should be pretty quick. You could also expect the Hungarians, if they've got their jigsaw puzzle boat in lane number 8, will be one to watch as well. The Norwegians could be fast. It's going to be a good race here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got a full field, so they're all there. This is the 4th and final heat of the women's K2 500. The Ukrainians will go in lane 3, right next to them the French, and then Japan in lane number 5. Yeah, no, I'm just looking, I'm trying to be bold and to pick a winner. Okay, I'm going to go lane 2, Slovakia. Could be the ones to watch. I don't say that with any confidence, but just because I think that they've got a bit of speed and could be the team to beat.
I think I'm going to go with Ukraine. I think
Hungary.
sometimes they...
What about... Can't leave Hungary out, can we?
Or Hungary, yeah, lane 8. They were 5th in Szeged last week. And don't rule out Canada either. Very strong crew. Michelle Russell, huge experience over the years racing. But they're under starters orders now. As you can see, there's quite a strong tailwind there now with the way the flag is moving. So that'll be nice. It'll push them down the course faster, which everyone loves normally. But then some people also, I guess, like a headwind, the more powerful athletes. But here we are, and they're ready to take off. Oh,
no, they're not.
I think some of the buckets didn't go down, Ross. Lane 5 and 6 possibly.
Certainly wasn't the start that they were expecting, and now thankfully they didn't get too far down the course, so it shouldn't be a long delay. But yeah, that was a very strange start. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like the buckets might have stayed up, did they?
Yeah, I think so. In lane 5 and 6, it looks like the bucket stayed up. So the starters are probably going to test the buckets out now a few times to make sure that they're working properly before they get these women in to line up again.
So I assume then if it's a technical fault that nobody will be given a false start there. I haven't seen any note, any message come up that anyone was given a false start. So if it's a technical fault, I'm assuming, Jen, that there wouldn't be a false start awarded to any of the athletes, would there? That would seem quite a cruel thing to do.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't imagine so, Ross. Definitely technical fault. From what I can see. So hopefully the buckets go down now for all the competitors at the same time. It's always very nerve-wracking lining up into these buckets, and you know your heart is racing and all you want to do is get going, and you hate sitting there and having to go back into them again, you know, adds to the adrenaline. But these things happen sometimes, and you have to just control the controllables and adapt to the situation. They're holding them a long time though this time, so
yeah.
Here we go, and they're off. So the Norwegians got away to a good start there in lane 6. Focus, I would say, on lane 8. Hungary have gotten away to a flyer of the start. They're both very explosive athletes. Also up in lane 2, Slovakia, and lane 1, the Canadians. And the Ukrainians also in lane 3 fighting it out. So top 6 go through to the semi-final from this heat, with the 3 best 7th times from all the heats. So you can see the Hungarians look very in control there, paddling very efficiently. They're settled into a nice rhythm now, and they are a boat length ahead of the rest of the field. You can see the Ukrainians over in lane 3 starting to maybe make a little bit of their way back, but not to forget, top 6 go through, so not everyone wants to use all their energy reserves in this heat. They want to try and maybe practice their race practice going forward. But you can see the Hungarians still in the lead there in lane 8, with Ukraine in lane 3 in second. But there's quite a fight there for the 3rd and 4th and 5th positions. The Italians seem to be coming through strongly now in lane 7 also, as we come into the final stages of this race, and it seems like the top 6 boats are just slightly ahead. But we have Hungary in lane 8 still leading it out, but the Ukrainians coming back very strong in lane 3. This is their first outing for the year as far as I know. I don't think they raced in Szeged last weekend, and it looks like it's going to be very tight between Hungary and Ukraine, but Hungary take the win with Ukraine second, and in 3rd place I think it was Slovakia. But we'll wait for confirmation to see.
I think so. No doubt about our winners, though. In the jigsaw, they've got the jigsaw puzzle boat. That's Blanka Kiss and Anna Lutz. No, they've not got the jigsaw puzzle boat, but a very strong performance there from the 2 Hungarians getting that job done. Very impressive. The Ukrainians in 2nd place, and the Slovakians taking 3rd. Yeah, I mean, that was a dominant performance in what was a reasonably strong heat, but sending down a very strong message. Blanka Kiss and Anna Lutz, and getting that win. Now, that is the 4th heat, so I'll try and see if we've got some, when we get the official time, and find out who it is that is sitting in the crucial 7th position. So we'll wait and see. Ukraine getting 2nd, and it looks like it was the Slovakians who got 3rd. 4th and 5th, and then let's just wait and see what the judges have got to say for themselves, and then I can tell you. Let me just have a look if we've got an official time. So for the 3rd heat, the 7th boat was Latvia, and that was a 148.05. 2nd heat was a 202, so I think definitely a 148.19 and a 146. So definitely the Ukrainians are through with their 146.72, and then I think that the Chinese are also through. The Latvians are through, and in this race here, the 7th. No, sorry. So the French did get through. So the French finished 7th, and their time is a 1:47.97. Anyway, enough jibber jabber. Let's look at the last competition of the day. It's the men's K2 500, and we have China, Australia, New Zealand, Slovenia, France, Hungary, Germany, Denmark, and Slovakia. And again, first 6 through to the final, and then the 3 7th best times, and there are 4 heats altogether. And looking here, it looks like it is the Slovenians in lane 4 who've gone out very, very fast. Keep your eye on Pierre van der Westhausen and Tom Green in lane number 2 representing Australia. They look like they might be up there challenging for the lead. And a bit closer to the bottom of the screen, it is Jakob Schoff and Max Lemke. How great to see them in the boat and in this race. They are the Olympic champions, of course. God blimey, this is a very, very good heat. So it's the German Olympic champions on one side of the course, and Tom Green and a different Van Westhausen, and the top of the course, of course, they finished, Tom Green finished in 3rd place in the Olympics. So at this stage of the race, it looks like it's a race between Germany and Australia, just like it was in Paris. Germany just in front, Australia trying to stick with them. The top 6 all go through. Now also looking like they're moving through is the Hungarians of Karaz and Opavsky. Germany and Australia. Hungary trying to put down a challenge. It's going to be a close finish. Germany just ahead of Australia again, just like it was in the Olympics, with the Germans tipping out Hungary and Australia in the Olympics, and they've done it again here today. I mean, that is a blooming stacked heat, that one, for the men's K2 500. But a good race hit out there for the Olympic champions, Jakob Schoff and Max Lemke, getting the job done. And Max, of course, Lemke, one of the most famous beards in men's kayak racing. He always rocks a good beard, and just showing that once again it can be the difference. Jen.
Yeah, seems to be, Ross. But great to see Schoff and Lemke win that race and see them race the K2 here this weekend. They obviously won the K4 earlier today, so they've got great confidence from that earlier in the day, winning that K4. But as you said, Thomas Green with the younger Van der Westhausen, Jean must be having a little bit of time off this year, I presume, and rightly so. He deserves it after many years of fantastic performances. So who better to give the position the K2 than your younger brother as such? But I'm sure he'd be looking on from Australia, cheering them on, and maybe eyeing up for him to get back into the K2 with Thomas Green in the future. That was a fantastic race. The first heat of 4 heats, which are stacked. The men's K2 500 meters, so competitive here, and it's going to be definitely some very strong semi-finals. But there we have it, top 6: Germany, Australia, Hungary, France, Denmark and Slovakia. So 7th place there. Slovenia will be waiting to see if their time is good enough to get through to the semi-final.
I wonder if there's a bit of a beard off going on here. I'm sorry to keep harping on it, but Tom Green's recruited in Pierre van der Westhausen into his boat. Pierre van der Westhausen, he does look like he's just wandered down from a weekend of shooting and fishing in the mountains to jump in the front of his boat, and I reckon they're sending a signal to Max Lemke, who prides himself on his beard, and I reckon he's had a look across at the Australian boat and he's gone, what the heck? What's going on there? That's a better beard than mine. So anyway, we'll see if they do end up having a beard off in the final. But a good race there in the opening heat. So we'll turn our attention now to the second heat of the men's K2 500. And in this race, we're going to have Argentina, Japan, Italy, China, Poland, Ukraine, a second German crew, and a crew from the United States of America. There we have. So it looks like we don't have anyone racing in lane number 6. Not sure what that is all about, what that decision means, that you'd skip lane 6 but have lane 9. I can't explain.
Interesting
that.
this as well, Ross, is The Chinese that are racing in lane 4, they were actually disqualified last weekend in Szeged for 2 false starts. So I'm sure they'd be looking to get that right here in Poznan and to not have to think about any false starts at this World Cup.
Yeah, you'd think they might be playing on their mind a little bit though, so they could be very, very conservative at the start. So there is Argentina in lane 1, Japan lane 2, Italy lane 3, China lane 4, Poland lane 5, lane 6 is empty, lane 7 is Ukraine, lane 8 is Germany, and in lane number 9 it is the United States of America. Should be a very fast race. Very even race. Maybe the Italians in lane 3. They'll be interesting. They're quite fast. The Poles, of course, at home as well will be pretty formidable. But they're in the starters' hands. About to get underway. Good even start there across the board. But or maybe in lane number 4, China just missing the start as we predicted. Jen just not taking any risks at all this week, and they were very slow out of the start just to make sure they did nothing at all that would give the judges reason to give them a disqualification. Closest to the to the camera in the pink boat, it is Germany that's gone out to take an early lead. That is Jonas Drager and Moritz Florsted from Germany. Very clear lead, in fact, at this stage of the race. From across at the top of the screen, it looks like the Italians have moved into second, and then maybe it's the Poles in the middle of the field who have a bit of a grip on third spot. But at the moment it is the Germans. They've gone out the fastest from the start, and they are asking anyone who wants to try and run them down. At this stage, no takers. It's Germany in front, Italy second. Now maybe moving up is the crew from Ukraine, trying to move up to catch up to the Germans, but the Germans holding a pretty strong lead as we come down towards the finish line. The Ukrainians are really, really digging deep here for a big finish, as are the Italians at the top of the course. So maybe the Ukrainians are going to tip out the Germans. They are absolutely racing home. Germany now try and lift a gear, but the Ukrainians have too much momentum. So Ukraine will go down, cross the line in first. Oh, I don't even know if Germany got the second. The judges say they did, but it's going to be very close because Italy were up there as well as Poland. It was a blanket finish for second, but the Ukrainians really finding something in the back half of that race, just chucking it up a gear and moving past the Germans. Gave the Germans a heck of a fright, I think, Jen, when all of a sudden they saw a boat going past them at that speed. But well done to the Ukrainians.
Yeah, the Ukrainians had some change of gear there in the final half of that race. Similar enough to the women before them. They also came through very strongly in the second half of their race. So it must be a Ukrainian race tactic to do that, and obviously paid off for the Ukrainian men here winning this heat. So they'll be very happy with that, and they'll progress through to the semi-final with great confidence. The Germans, we're not so sure yet till we get confirmation if they were second or not. They're a very solid crew, also work very well together. They're very efficiently, so they'll be looking to, oh, and here we have it. First is Ukraine, we know that, and second place is Germany. Yes, and third place Italy, I think, followed by Poland in fourth place. So top 6 qualifying through though, so I think that will be Argentina and Japan also going through, but we'll wait to see the confirmed results, see what the judges have to say. And as you can see, the guys are out, they're out for boat weighing, and the conditions here are a little bit chillier than expected. They're racing in long-sleeved CAG tops to stay warm. So here we have it, and yes, so 7th place is China. So we'll have to wait to see if they get one of the 3 best 7th times to go through to the semi-final.
1:33.95 is their time, which is quite a bit slower than the Slovenians. So the Slovenians are definitely through to the semi-final, and And China with that 133.95 have a bit of a wait now, because there are still 2 more heats to go. And in the next heat we have in lane 1 Czechia, lane 2 it is Denmark, lane 3 the United States of America, lane 4 it's New Zealand, lane 5 another crew from Ukraine, lane 6 another crew from Poland, and then the Australians in lane 7, lane 8 Argentina, and then in lane 9 Venezuela. So the Poles in lane 6, the Czechs in lane 1, and the Ukrainians in lane 5. I think they are the 3 to watch in this race. Jakob Spicer and Daniel Havel have been racing together for so long in K4s, K2s. Just, I think there's a real bromance going on there. They've been paddling for some time. It'd be interesting to see if they can nail this semi-final today. They'll be in lane 1, Poland in lane 6, as I mentioned, will be one to watch, as will be the Ukrainians in lane at number 5. This is our penultimate race on what's been a very, very long day of paddling. Got one more heat after this before we wrap up for the day. And finish with a bit of a rush though, which is exciting as the athletes are called up to the starting block.
The Danish K2 there, they were in the K4 earlier that finished 6th in the A final, so they'll be very happy with that result, I'm sure. Interesting to see the Polish mixing up their crew boats again. Different partner. Stepan was with Kajanek last weekend in Szeged and they won a bronze medal, so he's changed partners here to Korsak, so they're trying out some different crew boats. It's the right time to do it. Looking forward to the rest of the season. As Ike said, Spicker and Havel, such a well-established crew and ones to look out for. So they're off now and all very even at the moment. Look at lane 6, Poland. They're off to a very strong start, as well as lane 1, Czech Republic. So the top 6 boats go through to the semi-final from this heat. They look very solid. They've settled into a nice rhythm now, the Czechs. So they'd be looking to secure one of those top 6 places. Lane 9 also coming through very strong there. Venezuela. Great to see, as Ross said, such a spread of different countries from throughout the world competing here in Poznan at the World Cup. It bodes well for the World Championships later on in the year in Milan. But it looks like lane 1 pulling out in front of the rest of the crews. That's Czech Republic, Spicker and Havel, slightly ahead of the rest of the field, and they're pulling out even more now. They're approximately 3/4 of a boat length ahead of the rest of the field. It's all to play for the top 6 here. The first place looks quite set here from lane 1, but then 2 to 6 is so much to play for. It looks like Poland.
Look at the crew from New Zealand coming through, Jen. Again, the New Zealand K1 paddlers are putting up a pretty good show, and New Zealand might be in the mix here. In fact, they could finish in 2nd position, I think. A great performance from the boys in black. New Zealand snatching 2nd place. So that is Grant Clancy and Casey Gataki. Great result there. And look at the beard. Look at the beard on that man. I mean, we're getting to serious stuff now. I mean, somebody needs to do a thesis on this overnight and deliver me the findings by tomorrow. But a great win there for the Czechs in lane 1. New Zealand, though, my goodness, I doubt anyone will still be up in New Zealand watching. It's a ridiculous time back in New Zealand, but they put on a bit of a show this afternoon, the New Zealand paddlers, so well done there. And I think maybe the Poles, did they end up getting 3rd after that?
I think so, Ross. It was very, very tight there, but as you said, great beard there on Spicker. You were saying earlier now that growing a beard yourself is a little bit harder, and what my dad would say, a rub of a wet towel would get rid of your beard probably, Ross, because you find it so hard to grow. But yes, we're waiting for the results of a thesis on the beard and performance, and we'll see if there's any correlation between the two.
I think my father would used to say that my beard would blow away if I stood in a strong wind. So either way, I think we've got the message here that my beard's pretty crap. Okay, let's look at that. So the Czechs confirmed as the winners. New Zealand, great result for the boys in black from New Zealand, getting second, Poland third, and then United States, Ukraine and Argentina. The Danes finished in seventh. Now let's have a look at their time. It's a 1:32.63, so that is faster than the Chinese. So the Danes will also go through to the semi-final. They'll be very happy with that. And so now it comes down to one last race, and the Chinese with a time of 1:33.95 will be hoping that there is someone in this final heat who is going to put in a dodgy one and potentially not post a very good time. So we have one more heat to go, and it is Singapore in lane 1, France in lane 2, the Czechs in lane 3, Mexico in lane 4, Canada in lane number 5, Japan in lane 6, Italy in lane 7, Slovakia will go from lane 8, and the Hungarians from the outside lane in lane 9. And I think at first blush, the Hungarians probably the fastest boat in this race. The French also pretty good. You never discount the Slovakians and the Italians as well, though. Very even race. I don't say with any confidence that the Hungarians will probably start favourite, but I mean, the Hungarians are Hungarians, Jen. When do you ever want to bet against a Hungarian when it comes to canoe and kayak racing?
Yeah, there's definitely such depth and success in the sport of kayaking and canoeing in Hungary. But I have to say, I think lane 2, France, are going to be very strong. They were 7th in the A final in Szeged. They were very impressive last week. They were able to go out hard from the starting blocks and maintain it all the way to the finish line as they progressed through the heats and semis last week. So they'll be interesting to see. Very young crew there from Czech Republic. They were Junior World Championship silver medalists in the K4 500 meters in 2023. So it'll be interesting to see how that crew do here today now. But as we said, top 6 progress, and the 3 of the 7th best times from these heats, and this being the 4th and final heat of the K2 men's 500 meters and the final race here in Poznan of day 2. And they're on the start line under starters' orders.
All right, you can see the flag in the background fluttering there, so there's a bit of a wind for these paddlers to deal with. But they've seen worse, don't you worry about that. In fact, they've seen a lot worse. And they're underway. Let's see who got the best of the start. And it looked like the red boat in the middle, the Canadians, absolutely flew out of the starting blocks and maybe have an early lead. The French at the top of the course in lane 2, also fast, and down here closest to the camera, it is the Hungarians, but the Canadians absolutely roaring out of the start. The Italians now start to pick up a bit of speed, but look at the top of the course in lane 2. It's the French boat of Koch and Mouget who really have pinned the ears back early on, and they are going down to set a fast early time for the rest of the crews to try and catch. It is France in front, Hungary down on this side of the course, sitting in second. The Italians now moving into third ahead of the Canadians, and a very close race after that for the other minor placings. But France taking every step they can towards a guaranteed final and semi-final, and doing it nicely at the moment. The Hungarians just trying to pull them back a little bit. Italy still sitting there in third. Now Canada picking up the pace again, maybe moving up alongside the Italians. So are the Canadians going to put in a big burst as we get towards the finish line? It is still France in front. I think Canada may even have moved into second. So this is a really good race here for the Canadians. But look at the French. That is very emphatic for the French crew out in front. Canada and Hungary fighting out the second, but France crossed the line first. I think, oh, gee. Canada may be, the TV's giving it to Canada ahead of Hungary. with a bit more confidence than I would, and the Italians taking fourth. But a good race there for Canada, but nothing can be taken away from that French crew. Jen, you said before this race started that they were the ones that you were keen on, and they really did get the job done in fine style. Good race there for the boys from France.
Yeah, absolutely. Koch and Mouget from France, very experienced paddlers. They showed their ability last week in Szeged and are looking to build on that again this week. Having come 7th in Szeged last week, I'm sure they will be wanting to fight for one of the podium positions here in Poznan for the second Canoe Sprint World Cup. But we're just waiting now on confirmation of the results to see who got 7th place and what time they did, but also the confirmation of the top 6 boats, so we can see who has gone straight through to the final. So first France, 2nd place, very tight. I think Hungary possibly just ahead of Canada, and then Italy 4th. But I think we might have to wait, Ross, and see.
Yeah, it wouldn't be by much, but I think just maybe the tip of the boat, just getting there. Doesn't really matter, they'll all go through. Yeah, there we have confirmation. France, Hungary, Canada, Italy, Japan, Slovakia. Now the Czechs are in 7th. Let me have a look at their time. Their time is, their time is a 1:34.07, so that's very slow, I think. Let me go back to look at the Chinese. The Chinese were a 1:33.95, so I think the Chinese will go through, and I think the Czechs will miss out. Even though they finished 7th, I think their time might be too slow. Again, very much an unofficial calculation, but that's what I'm going to go with at this stage. Right, well, that wraps up what's been a very, very long and busy day here in Poznan, day 2 of competition. We hope you've enjoyed all the action today. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. Don't forget, you can catch up on all today's racing on our Planet Canoe YouTube page. Lots and lots of different races, lots of different moments from the day. You can capture all the finals, all the heats, all the races will be there on our YouTube page. But for now, from Poznan, from me, Ross Solly, and my very, very hard-working but very well-connected co-commentator, Jennifer Egan-Simmons, thank you for joining us for today. We'll be back from 9:30 local time tomorrow with some more big-time racing. Hope you can join us then. Wherever you are watching around the world, enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll be back tomorrow.